A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Jane Ace and her best friend Marge aren't speaking since Jane found out Marge had taken dinner with Arthur Lorentz, the movie director, and that Lorentz wanted Marge to win the movie contest. Neither are Marge and her boyfriend, Neil Williams, speaking, although Neil called up last night and told Mr. Ace he was sorry he acted the way he did toward Marge. This episode takes place the following evening and is in alternate scenes between the Aces' bungalow and an automobile. But first to the Aces, where we find Jane and Mr. Ace alone. Listen.
What is she doing in there? Just sitting in her room?
I don't know. I'm not going to ask her.
Well, it's getting more and more awkward sitting around here evenings, having dinner, just the two of us, because she won't have her meals here.
Oh, getting tired of me.
No, Jane, don't. I didn't mean that.
Well, it had all the earmuffs of meaning that.
No, I meant, well, the whole setup is terrible. How long is this non-speaking thing going on? I'm going in and talk to her.
She won't talk to you.
Yes, I know it. She passes me by with a hello and then shuts up like a clam. She comes home after dinners are over and goes to her room. Is she just sitting there, or...
Hush, dear. Here she comes out.
What?
Here she comes.
Well, what? She was in there getting dressed to go out, and she went out.
But I mean the way she did it. Did you see the way she just walked right by us like we weren't even here? Like we were just riff-raff or something? I wonder where she's going.
Come away from that window.
Oh, I just want to see where she has to go every night.
It's not every night. Last night she didn't come home till very late. And if she wants to... Oh, Jane, don't start peeping through curtains.
I thought so.
What?
There she is, going right next door.
Oh, calling on Mr. Lorentz?
She certainly is. She's ringing his bell.
But he was over here last night telling us that he tried to get her at the office and she wouldn't answer the phone when she found out who it was. Why would she...
There he is. I see them both very clear. He's got the porch light on. They're shaking hands.
In the center of the ring?
Oh, she's not going in.
Not going in?
They're both going away. He's got his hat and coat on, too.
Going where?
Look, that automobile. Whose automobile is that?
I don't know. Stop peering out of that window.
It's a big car with a chauffeur. The chauffeur's opening the door of the car. Marge gets in first.
No.
Yes, she is. Now Mr. Lorentz gets in.
Then the chauffeur, huh?
No, not yet. He's closing the door. Now he gets in.
This blow-by-blow description comes to you through the courtesy
of... whose car is that?
I don't know. Can't Lorentz hire a car? What gets me is why this change of heart on Marge's part. Only last night he was over here telling us that she wouldn't
They're gone. There they go. Well, that's a fine how do you do. To think that Marge, my best friend...
What did she do now?
What did she do?
Yes, what did she do? She went out with Mr. Lorentz.
And you asked me what did she do.
So what? You said you were through with the contest. You wouldn't be in it anyhow.
Oh, I suppose Marge didn't say it. Didn't she keep telling Mr. Lorentz she didn't want to be in it? And now look at her.
Yes, it is a little strange that she should change her mind about having anything to do with him or this contest.
I'll say the world is my best friend. Oh, it's a great life if you don't waken.
I wonder if Lorentz did convince her that she ought to take part in the picture.
I don't care if he did or not.
She was so set against it. Do you think he talked her into a movie career?
I don't care if he did or not.
Well, looks like Marge may be going to Hollywood.
I don't care if he... Hollywood?
Yes, if Lorentz is able to talk.
You mean she'll leave here? Where'll she live? How about her room?
Her room?
Yes.
Well, we can always set it up as a sort of a shrine. When Marge gets to be a big movie star, we can show it to people and say we knew her when she used to live right in this room.
Oh, she can't do that. Why, she even paid her rent till the first of the month.
Well, I think that could be straightened out.
Oh, but to Hollywood. You mean we won't see her anymore?
Oh, yes. We'll see her on the screen.
On the screen?
Oh, now, who could that be?
You mean you think she's really going away?
I didn't say she was, but if Lorentz can talk her into it, she might go to Hollywood.
But she's always been with me.
Oh, but you're not even speaking now. Oh, hello, Neil. Hello. What else? The surprised to see you here. I thought you were mad at me. Or is it at me? I'm kind of mixed up about who's mad at who.
I didn't come out here to be razzed. I'm sorry I blew up the handle last night on the telephone.
That's all right, Neil. I was only
Hello,
joking.
Jane.
Hello, Neil.
How's Jane?
Don't call me that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a rather touchy subject right now.
I see. Is, Marge home?
No, she's not.
She just went out. She went out without even...
She just went out. That's what I've been hearing for 3 days now. I can't stand it anymore. I gotta talk to her. I even tried seeing her at the office today, but you can't get by anybody up there. She's left instructions. She can't keep doing this to me. I've got to see her.
Well, you can wait and see her on the screen.
On the screen?
Oh, Jane, why don't
Well, you just said that.
What is this screen talk? You mean to say she's actually going into this movie contest and that she's going into pictures?
Well, we don't know. You see, she doesn't confide in us anymore. She doesn't even talk to Jane at all. And to me, it's just hello and goodbye.
She didn't even say goodbye when she went out before.
Where'd she go?
Well, we don't know exactly.
I know exactly. She went exactly into that car with Mr. Lorentz.
Jane.
Well, she did.
Went out with Lorentz, huh? Well, is that it?
Well, I guess so. Jane was watching through the window.
I see. So I'm too late.
Too late.
Yeah, too late to tell her I'm sorry for the way I acted the other night. Oh, I don't blame her. She has every right to go out with him, every right in the world.
Oh, now, Neil, I wouldn't get so dramatic about it. I mean, look at you. You're just...
I'm not very happy about this. You don't expect me to do a dance around the room, do you?
No, not a dance, but you don't have to look so melancholy. Great stuff.
Why are you so pensive, Marge?
Well, I'm not in a very happy frame of mind these days.
But when you accepted my invitation to dinner, you sounded as though you were happy to hear from me.
Well, I was, in a way. It was something I wanted to talk to you about.
And it goes without saying that there is something I want to talk to you about.
Yes, I imagined there was, but I'd like to have my say first, if you don't mind.
Of course, if you wish. We shall have a long talk over our coffee.
Well, I'd like to say what's on my mind now.
But, Marge, it can wait.
No, I'd like to say it right away so we'll know where we stand.
But you already know where I stand.
Exactly, that's the point. But now look, Mr. Lorentz,
Mr. Lorentz.
Well, Arthur's hen. After you told Neil that he'd been trying to get me in this movie contest, he came over to the house and he said some pretty harsh things about us, you and me.
He is so impetuous.
Yes, I guess you'd call him that, but what I want to get straightened out with him is that there is no truth to what he thinks.
Well, what does he think?
Oh, that I've been going out with you regularly, that I was carrying on a sort of, a secret campaign with you to get this movie job.
Oh, I wish that you were.
Well, of course there's no truth in it, but I just want him straightened out on this matter.
Oh, I see.
Will you do it for me?
Do what?
Tell him when you see him that there's nothing to it.
Why should I?
Why should... Well, I'm asking you as a favor, for one thing.
And are you so lenient with your favors?
Well, what's that got to do with this?
Everything, Marge. There's something I want to say to you. It is not often I say it. It is not often I offer a girl such an opportunity as this.
I'm not interested in a movie career. I only...
This has gone even further than that.
What?
You have become almost an obsession with me. Oh, don't turn away when I speak to you.
I don't think we'd better continue the discussion.
I heard you out. Why can you not listen to me? Is it so dreadful a thing to have to listen to a man tell you what's in his heart?
Oh, please, Arthur, I'd rather...
Why can't you decide to come with me to Hollywood? I offer you stardom. I offer you everything a normal girl craves.
I guess I'm just not normal. And I ask you please to drop the subject. I'm just not interested.
I see. Then it is this boy.
Neil? Oh, it's all over with him, too.
And yet you want me to defend you in his eyes.
Yes, I want to get that straight, and then we're really finished.
I'm afraid I cannot do what you ask.
But what good is it to let him go on thinking the things he does?
What does it matter if you are finished with him, as you say?
Oh, it's just the way I want to finish it off, that's all.
But, Marge...
Oh, this silly movie contest has done more to upset my life than I ever dreamed it would, and I had no intention of being any part of it.
But you have become, in spite of yourself.
Well, I won't go on being a part of it. I'm not interested. I'm only interested in getting certain people straightened out in my connection with it. There's Jane and Ace, as well as Neil.
What do they matter where we are concerned?
Oh, we.
Yes, you and I. We can do so much for each other. We can have...
Arthur, I think we'd better call off this dinner. Do you mind?
Well, of course I mind. We are nearly there. I'm starved.
Well, it's too late to turn back now, but since we don't seem to understand each other, let's agree to drop the subject and just have dinner.
Agreed.
Thank you.
For tonight.
Oh.
But I warn you, tomorrow is another day, and the day after is still another day. I shall be here for a couple of weeks yet making this picture. And I shall try to make you see that these childish, trivial things you worry so
Childish,
about.
trivial things. My friendship with the Aces? Why, she's my best friend. We've known each other all our lives.
Still, I call them childish and trivial.
Well, they may be to you, but as for me, well, I cherish my friendships. Heaven only knows I have few enough of them, and Jane's friendship means more to me than 1,000 careers.
But, Jane, there's one thing you can do for me, if you will.
What?
After all, Marge is your best friend.
Oh, yes. Well, we used to be.
And you still are. You'll both get over this little tip you've had, and when you do, there's something I want you to say to her. I want you to tell her how sorry I am for the way I acted. I'm not asking for anything, mind you, just sorry. I know now it's all finished between us. What chance have I got when a guy like Lorentz can offer her the things he can and turns her head?
Now, wait a minute. You're going too fast. Tell her what?
Tell her I'm sorry for the things I said.
Sorry for the things you said. Yeah.
I think she knows I really didn't mean it.
Oh, of course she does, Neil. She realizes
Hush, dear, don't interrupt. What else, Neil?
What?
What else shall I tell her?
Just that I'm sorry, that's all.
That's all? You think I'm going to make up with her to tell her just that?
Oh, you're going to make up with her eventually, so what difference
Oh, I don't know.
I think Ace is right, Jane. What's it all about? A silly movie contest. You're not movie-struck, are you?
I should say I'm not. What do I care
Of
about
course you're not. And suppose she does let Lorentz talk her into going to Hollywood. You were best friend. You should be glad. You should want to see her get places.
I suppose you're very happy to see her taking up with Lorentz.
What I feel doesn't matter. I only want her to know that I'm sorry I spoke the way I did and that she has my honest wishes for every success. Isn't that the way we feel, Jane?
Well, yes, I guess
Oh,
so.
sure. Jane's tickled to death about not winning the movie contest.
I should say I don't care about it. I'm not movie-struck.
Oh, of course you're not.
Don't you worry about it, Jane. Who knows? Maybe Marge, with the great Lorentz at her side, will rise to the highest ranks of stardom, and someday she may even send for you to come to Hollywood. Well, good night, folks. I've got to get back to my paper.
Send for me? What could I do out there?
Same thing I've been doing for the past year, only I didn't know it. I've been a stooge for her. That's what you can be for Marge, a stooge.
Well, he is pretty broken up about it, isn't he?
A stooge? I should say not. I'm not stooge-struck either.
Oh, you're not stooge-struck either.
No, I'm not.
Well, anyway, we know how Marge feels about her friends, the Aces. And as for her friendship with Neil, well, we run into a rather startling turn of events when next we meet the Easy
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's Have Another One. Did you ever wake up on a sunshiny May morning and get a sudden attack of wanderlust? You want to lock the car, pile the kids into the car, and drive off for a carefree day in the country? But there's supper time to think of. Well, here's one swell time-saving idea. Jell-O for dessert. For Jell-O is magically quick and easy to prepare. It dissolves instantly, sets quickly, and there's nothing to go wrong. Why, you can get it ready before you leave in the morning, pop it into the refrigerator, and there's a grand, colorful, delicious dessert waiting for you when you get home. But best of all, Jell-O looks so lovely and tastes so good that it dresses up the simplest meal. All 6 colors glow with beauty, from the deep rose red that reminds you of fresh strawberries to the pale shimmering gold of lemon. And all 6 flavors bring you delightful refreshment. For Jell-O is chock full of extra rich flavor that rivals the real ripe fruit itself. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Let's Have Another One, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Charles G. Mortimer of General Foods, the sponsor of this program, happens to be visiting the coast. So without further ado, we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack is giving a dinner party in Mr. Mortimer's honor. Here we go.
I look at you, and what do? I can't speak, I can't sleep, I just sigh. I look at you, and all I can sigh is, my.
Rochester, we should watch what you're doing. I want this finished before Mr. Charles G. Mortimer gets here.
I'm doing the best I can, boss.
Best you can. You started to give me this haircut 40 minutes ago. You haven't even got the sides done.
Well, when I get to Death Valley on top, I'll go faster.
Oh, my hair isn't so thin. I may have one little bald spot up there about the size of a quarter.
Take a look in this mirror, boss. Inflation is set in.
Whoops! Rochester, that tickles. What are you doing back there?
Your collar's frayed. I'm trimming that, too.
Never mind the collar. Just shave my neck and get this over with. That's probably Miss Livingston. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Well, what in the world's going on here?
Rochester's giving me a haircut. Sit down and read that Police Gazette. I'll be with you in a minute. Mr. Charles G. Mortimer ought to be here soon.
You're certainly putting on the dog for our sponsor. Flowers all over the house, cigars on every table.
Well,
I can't understand why you're so worried about your option. He'll probably renew it.
Mary, I'm not worried about my option. I do as much for any guest.
Well, I'll be darned. Look at that picture you got over the fireplace.
What about it?
It used to be September morn, and now it's Mr. Mortimer.
Now, wait a minute. That picture above my fireplace wasn't September morn. It was Napoleon at Waterloo.
Well, he had a gorgeous figure.
Oh, stop. Oh, Rochester, be careful of that razor.
Okay, where's the iodine, boss?
Iodine? Did you cut me again? Rochester, did you cut me again?
I'll just tighten your necktie. That'll stop it.
Never mind that. Put a Band-Aid on it.
Okay.
And hurry up. Gee, I hope Mr. Mortimer will find the house all right.
How can he miss it? You've got a welcome mat that covers the whole front lawn.
Well, I think the occasion warrants it.
There you are. I'm all through.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Don't cheat. I want some bay rum on my face.
Not today, boss.
Rochester, do as I tell you.
Well, if I use the bay rum, what are we going to have for the cocktails?
Cocktails? Have you been putting bay rum in my cocktails?
Boss, rum is rum, no matter what's in front of it.
Well, I don't want those kind of cocktails today. Mary, how do I look?
Let me see. Gee whiz, look how Rochester trimmed her sideburns.
What's the matter with him?
You look like Cesar Romero on one side and Waukegan Joe on the other.
Oh, yeah? Well, Rochester, take that razor and make them both Waukegan.
Okay.
Heavens, I hope that isn't Mr. Mortimer already. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. How are you, Mary?
Hello, Don.
Have a seat, Mr. Wilson. There's nobody ahead of you.
Now, cut that out. And listen, Rochester, after the party starts, if I catch you running around with your shoe-shining outfit, you're fired.
But there's a payment due on my yacht.
I don't care if there is. The idea of buying a yacht at $2 a week. Well, it'll be 40 years before you own it.
43, I'm putting on a poop deck.
I don't care what you're putting on. I won't have you annoying my guests. Gee, I wish Don and the rest of the gang would get here.
Don's right here. You just said hello to him.
Oh, yeah. Sit down, Don. Sit down, Don.
He is sitting down.
Oh, that's right.
My goodness, Jack, but you're nervous today. I wouldn't worry about that option if I were you.
Who's worried?
Mr. Mortimer will sign you up.
Don, that's not the reason I invited him over here. Who cares about my job? There are other things besides radio.
Sure, with that haircut, you could bring back vaudeville.
Oh, stop with my haircut. Gee, I hope Mr. Mortimer likes the dinner tonight.
Oh, he'll like it, Jack. Don't worry.
Yeah, I wish Don would get here.
I'm here, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Say, Don, I want to be sure that Mr. Mortimer has a good time tonight. So after the party gets rolling, I wish you'd ask me to do my imitation of a trained seal. People scream whenever I do it at parties, you know?
Oh, Jack, you're not going to bore your sponsor with that silly thing, are you?
Silly? Why, that's the funniest bit I've done since I used to put a lampshade on my head and pretend I was drunk. Remember?
Don't you do that trick anymore where you stab yourself with a rubber knife and then pour ketchup on your shirt?
No, that kind of stuff is dated. I'll do my seal. Now, don't forget, Don, when I say
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. May I see you for a minute?
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Nichols. This is my new cook, Mary, and a very good one, too. What's on your mind, Mrs. Nichols?
I need some butter. Can I have the key for the icebox?
Oh, of course.
Well, that tops everything. A padlock on your icebox.
Mary, I have $48 worth of caviar in there. Oh, answer the phone, Mary.
Okay.
Come on, Mrs. Nichols. I'll open the icebox for you.
Hello? Yes? Oh, Mr. Mortimer?
Mr. Mortimer, give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Mortimer. This is Jack Benny. What? What's that?
Take it easy. He can hear you.
Oh, yeah. What? Oh, no, Mr. Mortimer. The party is tonight. Well, look. Can't you go to the theater tomorrow? Or the next night? The next night? I've invited the whole gang. They'll be awfully disappointed.
What about my butter?
Wait, we may not need it. Well, look, Mr. Mortimer, we're all waiting for you, so do come over. You will? Oh, boy, that's swell.
Tell him to come early and get a haircut.
Come early, Mr. Mortimer, and get married. Okay, Mr. Mortimer, see you soon. You're always welcome at the Chateau Benny. Well, bye-bye. Boy, I was worried there for a minute.
What about that butter?
Oh, yes. Come on, Mr. Nichols. Gee, I wish Don would get here. All right, Mrs. Nichols, you're doing swell. Gee, this stuff on the stove smells good, eh, Mary?
Yeah.
Sure is appetizing. What's in this great big kettle over here, Mrs. Nichols?
That's my laundry.
Oh, yes. Mary, imagine doing her laundry and preparing dinner at the same time.
Well, it's your own fault for getting a cook from Central Casting.
I guess you're right. Well, come on, Mary.
You forgot to lock the icebox.
Oh, yes, thanks. And that must be Phil. Answer the door, Rochester.
I'm shaving Mr. Wilson.
Never mind that. Answer the door.
Okay.
Now, Mrs. Nichols, I'm leaving the dinner entirely in your hands, so do a good job.
You could depend on me, kid.
Oh, that's fine. Come along, Mary.
Sure you don't want a shampoo, Mr. Wilson?
Rochester, cut out that stuff and set the table. What do you think this is, a barber shop?
That ain't the North Pole in the front yard.
Well, go out there and take it down. I warned you about that before. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Zeke. Where'd you get the haircut?
Dennis, I'm certainly surprised at you.
Well, gee, you look funny.
Oh, I do, eh? Just for that, young man, you're not going to get one bit of caviar tonight. Remember that.
Oh, leave the kid alone, Jack. Why do you let Rochester cut your hair in the first place?
Because he has nothing else to do.
Oh, boss, calm down.
Oh, you don't work so hard. Instead of standing around here, go out in the kitchen and make a tray of hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres? What do you mean?
Make a ham sandwich and cut it in 40 pieces. Now get going.
Okay. Barber, butler, chauffeur, gardener, and now I'm an hors d'oeuvre.
Guy's always complaining when people are around.
Open the door! Open up in there!
Well, the maestro is here. Come in.
Well, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hello, Phil. Hiya, Jackson. Where's the punch bowl? Right over there, and take it easy.
Hey, what happened to your head?
Nothing happened to my head. I just got a haircut.
Well, that's one thing a man can't do himself. You ought to get a barber.
I had a barber, but he didn't have his heart in it. Now, Phil, when our sponsor gets here, I want you to behave yourself and don't start pulling any of those corny cracks of yours. He won't like them.
Can't I tell the one about the old maid that set the bear trap?
No. It's not a bit funny. Besides, it has no point to it. Just keep quiet and we'll all be happy. Now remember, fellas, I want everybody to be on their best thing. Right! That's him now. Stand at attention, everybody. Sit down. Answer the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Remember what I told you, fellas. Now smile, everybody.
Pardon me, does Jack Benny live here?
Yes, sir.
Ready? 1, 2. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, Mr. Charles D. Mortimer. Hooray! Hooray! Come right in, Mr. Mortimer. Come right in.
Well, that was quite a reception you gave me.
Did you hear that, fellas? That was quite a reception we gave him. You know everybody here, don't you, Mr. Mortimer?
Oh, of course. Glad to see you all.
Good to have you with us, Mr. Mortimer. Well of you to come, yeah.
Well, this is great having you with us, Mr. Mortimer. I'm sorry I spoiled your evening at the theater.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I'd much rather be here with you folks. After all, it's important that we get together once in a while. Don't you think?
Oh, I think so. Yeah. Well, come into the living room, Mr. Mortimer.
Thank you. Say, this is a lovely home you have here, Jack.
I'm glad you like it. It's nearly paid for, too. About another year ought to do it. Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Have some punch, Mr. Mortimer.
No, thanks. I never drink.
That's not going to help any.
I'll say. Mary, please.
Jack, I can't get over what a lovely place you have here.
Oh, it's simple, but it's homey.
Well, I see you have my picture right above the fireplace.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow it'll be in it.
Well, now. You know, Mr. Mortimer, Mary always has to be the comedian. She never lets up.
Yeah, she's a clever little girl. Incidentally, Miss Livingston, I want to tell you how much my wife and I enjoy you on the program.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mortimer.
And I'd like to wish you the best of luck on your presidential campaign.
Oh, fine.
Look, you're thinking of Gracie Allen, aren't you?
Oh, yes. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Livingston.
That's all right. Forget it. Anyone can make a mistake, I always say. Huh, Mary?
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Charlie, come on over here and have some punch.
Charlie?
Thanks, Phil, but I never touch it.
It's good stuff, Charlie. This is what you call Virginia punch. One drink and you reel. Ha, 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 ha. That's a Lulu.
I must apologize for Phil, Mr. Mortimer. He's very corny.
No, on the contrary. I think Phil has a great sense of humor.
Oh, he has. He has. And he's so sophisticated. You know, Mr. Mortimer, sometimes that filthy boy just has me in stitches.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Say, Charlie, did you hear the one about the old maid that put a bear trap under her bed and caught a bear?
Oh, say, Phil, that's a pit. See, I was hoping you'd tell that one. You know, Mr. Mortimer, he's a riot.
He certainly is.
Say, Jack.
What?
If the boss likes that kind of stuff, you've got nothing to worry about.
Quiet, Mary. You know, Mr. Mortimer, Dennis, stop standing on your head. Nobody's looking at you. You know, Mr. Mortimer, Mr. Mortimer, you know, one thing about this gang, there's no jealousy or friction here. We've been one happy little family for 6 years. 5 years. I was thinking of next year.
Jack's right, Mr. Mortimer. We do good to have a good time together and really enjoy our work.
Well, you always sound like it, too. And, Don, I want to compliment you especially on the way you handle the commercials on our show.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mortimer. I realize their importance and how much they mean to our listeners.
Oh, I don't know what we do without dear old Don.
And now that we're on the subject, Jack, I'd like to tell you how good I think your shows have been this year.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Of course, they could have been much funnier.
Then why weren't they?
I mean...
I'm meany-miny-mo.
Mary. Will you have a cigar, Mr. Mortimer?
No, thanks. I never smoke cigars.
Well, then take one home for your wife.
She doesn't smoke them either.
I know she doesn't. I'm a little mixed up, that's all.
Well, I'd like to have a cigarette, though.
Cigarette? There you are, Mr. Mortimer. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, please.
He's such a polite kid. Dennis, before we sit down to dinner, how about singing a song for Mr. Mortimer?
Oh, this is a party. I don't want to work.
Now, Dennis.
Oh, Jack, he doesn't have to sing if he doesn't want to.
But he wants to. Well, Dennis, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing nya, 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 nya.
Dennis! If that's not a picture of the same name, you're going to get a good cuffing. Now, go ahead.
Have you a match, Jack?
Match? Oh, here's the box. I like the cigarette for you. Just a second.
Stop shaking, for heaven's sake.
I'm not shaking. Here you are, Mr. Mortimer. There. Sing, Dennis. Sit right here, Mr. Mortimer. Oh, Don, come here a minute.
Yes, Jack.
Don't forget to ask me to do my train seal later.
Yeah.
Hear my song, Violetta, is a song that's in my heart. Please be mine, Violetta, say that we will never part. Every night I'm dreaming of you. Every night I want to whisper, dear, I love you. Hear my song, Violetta. Hear the song that's in my heart. Si alguna vez en tu pecho ay, mi cariño no lo abriga. Si alguna vez en tu pecho ay, mi cariño no lo abriga. Every night I'm dreaming of you. Every night I want to whisper, dear, I love you. Hear my song, Violetta, is a song that's in my
Well, Dennis, that was very good, very good. Didn't you think so, Mr. Mortimer?
Yes, that was excellent. I'm really having a grand time here tonight, Jack.
Yes, aren't you? You know, Mr. Mortimer, I've been thinking it's so silly of you to stay at a hotel while you're in town. I have an extra room, and you could just as well stay here at the house with me. Eh, Mary?
Why not? He can afford it.
Mary, I wouldn't think of charging Mr. Mortimer, after all. He's my boss, and I hope he will be for a long time. Now, I think we ought to have a little more entertainment. Eh, Don? Eh, Don?
Oh, yes. Say, Jack, why don't you give your imitation of a train?
A train?
Yes.
I do a train seal. Get the ball, Rochester.
That's the top to my barber pole now.
I won't be able to do my seal act.
Oh, well, don't bother about it, Jack. Some other time.
Well, I ought to do something to entertain. Excuse me a minute.
Of course.
You know, Mr. Mortimer, Jack always tries to be a good host and entertain his guests.
Yes, I noticed that, but he seems so nervous tonight.
Oh, he's always that way.
Oh, Mr. Mortimer! Mr. Mortimer, look! How's your party getting along? Yippee!
Well, I'll be darned. He's got the lampshade on.
How's that, Mr. Mortimer? I was making it off like I was drunk.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah. Oh, you'd have got it right away if I'd have staggered. I left that out. Well, here's Mr. Billingsley, our boarder. Good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Entertaining again, I see.
Yes. Won't you join us for dinner, Mr. Billingsley?
No, thanks. I'm on the wagon. Good night.
You know, that fellow's quite a character.
On him, the lampshade looks good.
It does at that.
Dinner served. There's a lot this time, folks, so don't run.
This way, Mr. Mortimer. This way, nothing fancy, just a plain home-cooked meal, that's all.
Say, Jack, when are you going to speak to him about your option?
Don't bother me now, please. Oh, Mr. Mortimer, the dining room's over here to your left.
Yes, I see the boys digging in already.
You know, Mr. Mortimer, I have something I want to talk over with you, but I feel that the home is no place to discuss business.
I definitely agree with you.
Oh.
Dead ends.
Well, here we are. You sit right there at the head of the table, Mr. Mortimer. Yes, that's it. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
You set the table beautifully, but this is a special occasion. Where's the hand-painted china?
You fired him.
I don't mean our old cook. Oh, do have some caviar, Mr. Mortimer. Don, pass him that big bowl of caviar, will you?
Surely. Here you are, sir. I thank you, but I never eat it.
Oh. Well, take it away, Rochester. Take it away.
Now, wait a minute. I want some of that caviar.
Oh, no, you don't. Mr. Mortimer finds it offensive.
Oh, I don't find it offensive, Jack. I just don't eat it.
All right, take it away, Rochester. Take it away.
What are you going to do, put it back in the fish?
I'm not going to put it back in the fish. Now, eat hearty, everybody. I hope you like pheasant, Mr. Mortimer.
Oh, that's one of my favorite dishes.
Good.
Gee, it's hot in here.
Well, Dennis, take your elbow out of Mary's soup. Now, come on, everybody, dig in. Eat, drink, and be merry.
Oh, fine.
Will you pass me the salt, please, Denny? Sure, let me have some of that over there, will you?
Well, I'm glad you're all enjoying the dinner. Pass me the asparagus, Don.
Here you are. See, Jack, is everything going to be straightened out about next season?
Not yet, Don. This is strictly a social gathering. Well, loosen your belts, everybody. There's still plenty to eat. Will you have some more option, Mr. Mortimer? I mean, some more asparagus? Asparagus, Mr. Mortimer, help yourself.
No, thanks, Jack. I have plenty right here.
Pretty good food, eh, Morty?
Oh, it's grand, Phil. Really delicious.
Well, eat hearty, folks. It's right here for you.
Mr. Denny, would you please pass me the mashed potatoes?
Why, yes, I'll... Mrs. Nichols! I wish you wouldn't sit at the table. Your place is in the kitchen.
Well, I'm lonesome, kid.
I don't care if you are. Now, get back there.
I'll go with her.
You sit down. I'm sorry, Mr. Mortimer, but our cook is new here, and I had to straighten her out.
My, but you're jittery today, Jack. I've never seen you act this way before.
Well, I haven't been feeling very well.
Now, here's the whole thing, Charlie. Jack's worried
Phil,
about next...
I'll handle it. You just mind your own business.
Oh, yes. That reminds me. Say, Jack.
Yes, please? I mean, what is it? What is it, Mr. Mortimer?
There is something I want to discuss with you as soon as we get through eating.
There is? Goody. I mean, good. Well, first we'll have our dessert, and then we'll go into the other room. Oh, Rochester, bring in the coffee and the apple pie.
Okay, boss.
Apple pie.
What's the matter?
Apple pie for dessert?
Why, what's the... Oh, my goodness, we forgot Jell-O! We forgot Jell-O!
Well, here I go back to the May Company.
Rochester, you're fired! Get out of this house! What's that?
John Wilson just fainted.
Well, get some water, quick. The heck with the water, the heck with everything. I'm going to kill myself.
No, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Calm down. It's nothing to worry about.
You keep out of this. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Mortimer. Pardon me, I'm all excited.
No, Jack, take it easy. The whole thing was just an oversight. It could happen to anybody.
But I can't understand it, Mr. Mortimer. We always serve America's favorite gelatin dessert in this household. Why, there isn't a day goes by that we don't have some tempting and economical Jell-O in one of its 6 delicious flavors. And believe me, Mr. Mortimer, I always look for the big red letters on the box.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Jack, because it's nice to know that a fellow as loyal as you will be working for me again next year.
Next year? Well, thanks, Mr. Mortimer. But wait a minute. How do you know I'm available?
Well, I'll be...
So will I. Play, Phil.
And now, ladies, if you'd like to add to your reputation as a clever dessert maker, here's something you ought to know about. It's a perfectly swell Maytime dessert, cheerful as sunshine, delicious as fresh, cool spring water. It's a Jell-O dessert, layered cherries and bananas made with Jell-O in any of its 3 red colors. It's easy to make, and here's what you do. Dissolve 1 package of your red Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Then seed and cut into halves 1 cup of canned white cherries. Arrange them on the bottom of a mold and pour the shimmering red Jell-O over the cherries. Slice 1 banana over the top and chill until firm. And there's a real prize-winning dessert. Rich red Jell-O glowing with vivid color, crisp white cherries held firmly inside, creamy bananas sliced for the final touch, and all combined in a gay mold of tempting beauty. So tomorrow, ask your grocer for Jell-O in one of those bright red colors. Then try this swell new dessert. Layered cherries and bananas made with Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, wasn't it nice of Mr. Mortimer to sign us up for next season?
Yes, why don't you celebrate and put the lampshade on again?
I think I will. Oh, Mr. Mortimer!
Yippee! Good night, folks.
The part of Mr. Charles G. Mortimer was played tonight by Russell Hicks. Be sure to listen to the Aldrich Family, heard in most communities every Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper or radio guide for the day and exact time of the Aldrich Family.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Hear Bluebirds. How true, ladies and gentlemen, is that old saying you hear every June about happy the bride the sun shines upon. Well, that's a question we really can't answer, but we do know a saying you can depend on, and it goes like this. Happy the bride who always keeps a plentiful supply of Jell-O on the pantry shelf. For Jell-O, friends, is a grand dessert that's wonderfully quick and easy to make, as well as inexpensive to serve, and every bride will appreciate that. Jell-O's downright pleasure to eat, too, and every husband will go for that. Yes, with a bright, shimmering mold of Jell-O on the table, contentment reigns supreme. Those 6 brilliant colors are all just as gay and enticing as can be, from the rich glowing crimson that makes you think of fresh ripe raspberries to cool emerald green lime. And those 6 delicious flavors are gloriously good, extra rich, and just as refreshing and beguiling as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So try some Jell-O real soon. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. Bluebirds played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who had his auction picked up last Sunday and now looks 10 years younger, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, the fact that I'm in good spirits today and look younger has nothing to do with my contract being renewed. I'm always this way.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. When our sponsor came to your house for dinner last Sunday, you were a wreck.
Who, me?
Why, I never saw anyone so jittery and nervous.
Me, jittery?
Yes, you. Until Mr. Mortimer picked up your auction, you made a darn fool of yourself.
What are you talking about?
All evening long it was, Have a cigarette, Mr. Mortimer. Have a cigar, Mr. Mortimer. Here, take this chair, Mr. Mortimer. It's softer.
Oh, I didn't make such a fuss over him.
Go on. He happened to sneeze once, and you sent Rochester out for an oxygen tent.
Well, I just did that for a gag. What's the matter with you two?
And the way you waited on him. You wouldn't let the man do anything for himself.
What do you mean?
When his shoelace came undone, who tied it?
Mary, I happened to be down on the floor at the time. That's the only reason I did it.
Well, let me ask you something. Why were you laying on the floor in the first place?
What? What was that, Phil?
I said, why were you laying on the floor in the first place?
Phil, you should be the last one in the world to ask anybody why they're laying on the floor at a party. Why, I know bearskin rugs that lead less horizontal lives than you do. And incidentally, Phil, you might at least thank me for the good time you had last Sunday.
What good time? All we did was play bingo, and our sponsor won every game. Boy, was that oblivious.
You mean obvious. However, there was nothing obvious about it. Mr. Mortimer is lucky at bingo, that's all. I only called the numbers the way they came up.
And the way they came up shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, forget about it.
Frankly, Jack, I don't know what the rest of us were playing for. You let Mr. Mortimer bingo every time.
All right, so he won the salad bowl. But don't forget, he paid 25 cents a card, the same as everybody else.
And that salad bowl was a Christmas gift from Eddie Cantor.
That's a lie. I got it for my birthday from Olson and Johnson. Boy, are they cheap. Just because they're a team, they give one present. And incidentally, fellas, it seems funny that you can all criticize and complain, yet not one of you has the courtesy to mention the delicious food I served. Why, you guys all ate like it was your last meal.
Well, until he picked up your option, Jackson, we weren't sure.
Maybe you weren't, Phil, but I wasn't the least bit worried. I knew I was going to be signed up for next season 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yes, I had definite information.
Oh, you and that phony fortune teller.
Phony? Mary, there's nothing phony about Madame Zuzu. She clicks like a castanet. Why, she's marvelous.
Oh, yeah? 4 years ago, she told me I was going to marry Robert Taylor. Robert Taylor, she said.
All right, so she misses once in a while.
Why did she have to miss on that one?
It was just fate, that's all. Even a crystal ball has an off day now and then.
Hey, wait a minute. Madame Zuzu. You know, I went to her place once.
You did, Phil?
Yeah, she told me I was bashful. Ain't that a Lulu?
Bashful? You, of all people.
And she was sitting on my lap at the time. I can't understand it.
Me neither.
I'd like to take that crystal ball and hit her over the head with it.
Mary, will you forget about Robert Taylor? And speaking of Madame Zuzu, fellas, if you knew what she told me about my movie career, you'd all be plenty excited.
What did she tell you, Jack?
Never mind. You'll read it in the paper next winter.
Come on, Jackson, tell us.
No, nothing doing. It's a secret.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Madame Zuzu looked in the crystal, and guess who's going to win the Academy Award next year? Guess who?
She ought to be rated.
All right, just for that, Mary, you're not going with me to the Academy banquet and hear my acceptance speech.
Your acceptance speech?
Yes, I'm preparing it now.
Well, don't write anything that you can't switch to a letter to your father.
We'll see. I wouldn't laugh too soon.
By the way, Jack, not changing the subject, but while Madame Zuzu was giving you the lowdown on your option, did she mention who's going to be your announcer next season?
Well, I imagine you're the lucky man, Don, although there wasn't room for you in the crystal. But, I'm sure you're set, and we'll have the same little comedienne, eh, Mary?
Darn it, and I picked out linen and dishes and everything.
Mary, will you forget about Robert Taylor? Anyway, Don.
Forget, he says.
Married. Anyway, Don, it looks like we'll have the same old gang again next year. Madame Zuzu saw all of us together in her crystal ball.
She better see a lot more of that green stuff in there. You can count me out.
What do you mean?
Well, I want a raise. I started to work for you 4 years ago, and I'm still getting the same lousy salary.
Well, you got the same lousy band. I have a motto, Phil. As ye play, so shall I pay.
Now, wait a minute. What's wrong with my band?
What's wrong? You've got 3 violins that no one's ever heard. A guitar player who got his strings from a yo-yo top. Two piano players that have to put a nickel in for every number. And a brass section that must have a sideline. And you ask for more money.
Well, there's no harm trying.
All right, you tried. Incidentally, Phil, I've got your contract here in my pocket. So right after the broadcast, I want you to put your usual X on the dotted line. I understand?
I can print Phil Harris now.
I know. I saw it all over the wall. Stop showing off. Well, I guess that takes care of our contract problems for next season.
You haven't straightened things out with me yet, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I thought I mailed you a contract to sign.
You did, but my mother tore it up.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Dennis. Supposing you and I go in the other room and talk matters over about next season. I guess we can come to an agreement.
Well, my mother says...
Come along, Dennis. Now, Phil, while we're in the other room transacting a deal, how about playing a number?
Okay, you great big businessman.
Come along, Dennis, my boy.
Well, my
Come along now.
Oh, Phil.
What?
Play loud so we can't hear Dennis screaming.
That was Alice Bluegown, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good, Phil. Say, Mary, is Jack in the other room yet?
Yep, he's still talking business with Dennis.
The kid must be holding out.
Yeah, I'm going to open the door and listen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mary. That isn't ethical. Ethical schmethical. Let's listen in, babe.
I will. Now, quiet.
sure, Dennis, sure. I know you're worth it, but that's a little too steep.
Well, my mother says that next year I ought to get $500 a week.
500, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dennis.
They're still at it, boys.
How's Dennis making out?
He's in the neighborhood of 500, but I don't think he'll move in there.
You know, that Benny's terrific. You know, he's the guy that started the second cup of coffee is free movement.
Yeah, what a character.
Well, I think we ought to get going on with the program. See how they're coming along, Mary.
Okay.
Absolutely, Dennis. I agree with you, but my budget won't permit it.
Well, my mother says
Look, Dennis, look. Dennis, would you be satisfied with $250 a week?
$250? Oh, sure, that's swell.
I see. Well, now look, Dennis, you're young yet, and you've got your whole future ahead of you. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Well, it's still going on.
What's the latest report?
Ceiling 500, vision 250. It looks bad.
Why don't the kid walk out on him?
He can't. Jack's sitting on his chest. It looks like an all-day session. Now, quiet, everybody.
You're right, Dennis. You're absolutely right. But $85 a week is a lot of money. After all, you're just a kid.
I can't breathe. Move down a little, will you?
I'm sorry, Dennis. Now, let's talk this over carefully. I'm sure we can get together. I'll tell you what.
Well, that beats everything.
What's the figure now, Mary?
85, and they haven't struck bottom.
I never saw a guy as tight as Jack. You remember that Gladys Zabisco he used to go with?
Yeah?
Well, he broke up with her because she took appetite pills.
And he was nuts about her, too. Well, here goes for another peek. Quiet now, fellas.
Okay, Dennis, it's a deal. $37.50 a week. Sign right here on the dotted line.
What's going on here?
Dennis, please. Here's the pen. Sign right here.
Well, I ought to speak to my mother first.
All right. Now, here's what you tell her.
It's the last round, and Dennis is on the ropes.
What was Jack's final offer?
$37.50 a week.
$37.50? Why, the kid's getting $37 now.
Yeah, but I guess Jack feels he ought to have a raise. You know.
Well, let's go ahead with the program, fellas. We're all set, eh, Dennis?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, Dennis, what did Jackson offer you for next season?
Well, I'm going to...
Don't tell him, Dennis. Don't tell him. We don't want the others to be jealous of you.
Holy smoke. Am I making more money than they are?
Could be.
You know what, Jack?
What?
You save more money by accident than Harry Lauder does on purpose.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mary, I'd be quiet if I were you. Madame Zuzu looked in the crystal the other day, and you were wrapping up a pair of stockings. And now, Dennis, now that everything has been smoothed out to our mutual satisfaction, how about singing a nice song for us?
Okay.
What's it going to be, Dennis?
I'm going to sing...
Hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, it's you. Rochester, if you'd listened to the program, you wouldn't always call up and interrupt in the middle of it. Why don't you tune in once in a while?
Well, frankly, boss, you don't do the kind of stuff that intrigues me.
I know. You won't listen to any program where you don't tear something off, send it in, and get something back. Now, what do you want? What's on your mind?
Well, boss, you know Hollywood Park Racetrack opened last Thursday.
Yes?
And you know how cheap oats are right now.
Oats? What are you driving at?
I bought a racehorse. Can I keep him in the garage?
You bought a racehorse? Rochester, how can you possibly afford to buy a horse on your salary?
Well, I paid $2 down, and I got 30 days to raise the other $1,800.
You mean you have to raise $1,800 in 30 days?
Yeah, ain't that fantastic?
It certainly is.
How are you going to get that much money in one lump?
My back pay would do it.
Rochester, if you're referring to your investment in the Benny Protective and Endowment Association... that doesn't mature until you're 40.
I'll be 40 tomorrow.
That's a lie. Now, Rochester, you take that horse back to wherever you got it. There's no room for it in the garage.
There is now. I put the Maxwell out in the street for the summer.
Well, put it right back in again. I don't want my car out in the street. Somebody will come along and steal it.
I'd like to get a picture of that. I could sell it to Pick, Click, or Flick.
Rochester, I'm not going to argue with you. Now, you get rid of that broken-down nag.
He ain't a broken-down nag. He won over 100 races.
Won?
All right, run.
That's more like it. Now, you do as I say. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, boss.
What is it now?
I don't like Section 8, Paragraph D of my new contract.
What's wrong with it? Section 8 says you get $30 a week.
I know, but Paragraph D says a week is 14 days.
I'm trying out something new. Anyway, we'll discuss that when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The idea of buying a racehorse. He'd probably have me out in the morning clocking it. He'll never get up. Well, sing, Dennis. Don't stand there like a dodo.
The night that you surrendered to a sigh, where was I? The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where was I waited long for you. My love was strong for you. I sang love songs, do you recall? One night you learned to care. It wasn't my affair. I wasn't even there at all. The night that you surrendered to a sigh, where was I? The moon was high, the night that you first listened to a lie, where was I? I was right. The moment came, but what a shame that someone else came by. Where was I?
Racehorse he has to have. Oh, well. That was Where Was I, sung by Dennis Day, who I'm sure will be with us for many years to come. Yes, sir.
Well, you ever get smart, watch out.
Now, Dennis, you say one more thing like that, and I'm going to take you in the next room and give you a good talking to.
Boy, will he be flat-chested.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright,
has written another of his famous one-act plays, a hillbilly melodrama entitled The Code of the Hills, or Shoot Me in the Pants, Zeke, the rest is store clothes. Set the scene, Mr. Wilson.
Gladly. The locale, ladies and gentlemen, is the cabin of the Jake Bennies in a remote section of the Ozarks. The Jake Bennies are in the midst of a feud with their longtime enemies and neighbors, the Fudd Allens.
Oh, pardon me, Don. I would like to announce, folks, that any resemblance between the Fudd Allen in our play and the Fred Allen of radio is purely intentional. If he's not a hillbilly, I never saw one. Go ahead, Don.
It is 6 o'clock in the evening, and the shooting has been going on all day. Curtain, music.
Put that gun away, Pa. Supper's a-waiting.
Be right there, Ma.
A shooting and a killing, a shooting and a killing. When is it going to stop?
We ain't going to quit till them Allens are wiped out. There ain't room in these yard hills for the both of us.
You said it, Pappy.
Get away from them doors, Zeb.
Say, Pa, what have you and got again the Fudd Allens?
I'll tell you what I got agin him. One night I asked Fudd how many hairs on a monkey's face. And he said, the next time you shave, count 'em. He knew I couldn't count. Well, I ain't a-cheering for that kind of city talk, and I ain't forgetting. Hey, son, barricade that double door.
Ooh, Pappy.
Son.
They got me, Pappy. They got me.
What was that, Pa?
They got our boy, Zeb. Shot him right through the doors.
I didn't know he was a-wearing them.
I'll get them Allens for this. Kids don't grow on bushes. No siree.
I'm a-going, Pappy. I'm a-getting weaker and weaker. Goodbye, Pappy. Goodbye, Ma.
Goodbye. Well, what do we got for supper, Ma?
Lunch.
Good. Dish it out.
Howdy, Uncle Jake.
Hello there, Twitch.
Hey, Twitch, you shouldn't be walking around with your left arm shot up like that.
Well, I've been seeking some cord to tie it up with. It keeps a falling off.
You know, Twitch, I don't like the way that arm of yours keeps a dropping off. It might be ailing. What's that you got under your other arm?
My right leg.
Oh. Well, put it in the umbrella stand and come to supper. Sit down. Oh, gone. I wish them Allens would hold off till we get through eating.
I'm a-going, Pappy. I'm a-going.
Take your time, son. Pass the coffee, Ma.
Hey, Jake, what happened to Cousin Zeb?
One of the Allens plugged him. Have some coffee, Twitch. Oh, gone. Don't those Allens know it's supper time? By the way, Ma, where's our daughter, Linda Lou, Nettie Mae, Lily Bell, Harvest Moon? Where is she?
She went down to the village to buy a girdle. Had her heart set on it.
A girdle?
Oh, boy, we can have some hotcakes.
That's griddle. What's a girdle, Ma?
Something them city gals are wearing. It's like a sweater, only it snaps at you.
By gum, what'll they be thinking up next? Here she is now. Hello, Linda Lou, Nettie Mae, Lily Bell, Harvest Moon.
Hello, Pappy. Hello, Ma. Hello, Lindy Lou, Nettie Bell. Lily Mae. Nettie Mae. Oh, nuts. Hello.
We ain't been a-worrying about you, gal. You shouldn't be out of doors at a time like this.
Why not? Them Allens couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
No, but they could hit yours. Sit down, gal.
Say, Uncle Jake.
What is it, Twitch?
Look out the window. Ain't that one of them Allens sneaking up on us?
Either that or a polecat. Give me my rifle, Ma.
Watch out, Paul. Watch out.
He missed me.
Oh, yeah? Where's your ear?
Doggone, and I wanted to hear the Fitch bandwagon. Come on, Twitch, grab a gun. That'll teach them varmints.
I wish Sands and we would stop this darn feud.
Not Fud Allen. He's a feuding this man in these hills.
I wonder what makes him so feudy.
I don't know. Hey, Ma, pass me the sugar. Doggone them. Pick up that spoon, Ma.
Never mind, I'll get you another one.
I want that one. My hand's on it. Thanks.
A shooting and a killing, a shooting and a killing. How many more pages to this play?
Can't be many. Here comes Porky Wilson now. Hello, Porky.
Hello, Jake. Say, what happened to Zeb?
Them Allens done plugged him. And none of us ain't safe till this feud is over.
I am. I'm so big they're scared to shoot at me. Why, them Allens is as yellow as
banana.
And speaking of bananas, ladies and gentlemen, do you realize how marvelous they are when sliced over a dish of tempting and appetizing...
Now, hold on now, Wilson. Did you write this play just to get that in?
This gelatin dessert is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Why, you...
So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell...
Take that!
They spell Jell-O. J-E-L-L...
Got him.
I'm a-going, Jake. I'm a-going.
Me too.
Well, that's all for tonight, folks. Will the Jake Bennies win the feud? Will the Fud Allens be wiped out? Will Porky Wilson recover?
I don't know. Hey, Clem, will Porky Wilson recover? I don't know. Hey, Zeke, will Porky Wilson recover? I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Let it go. It's not important. My goodness. Play, Hill.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, your grocer offers you 2 great Jell-O products. Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, and Jell-O puddings, the country's newest dessert sensation. Ever since Jell-O puddings came on the market, they've been steadily climbing in popularity. In fact, right in your own neighborhood, any night in the week, I'll bet you'll find a lot of families sitting down to enjoy a tempting Jell-O pudding dessert for dinner. You've all enjoyed Jell-O, I know. Now enjoy these new members of the Jell-O family, Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla puddings. Tomorrow, do what thousands of other folks do, and when you ask your grocer for Jell-O, ask him also for those delicious new desserts, Jell-O puddings.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Bruce, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
This is Phil. Now here's a word from RCA Victor.
This is the season when practically every American's idea of paradise is a grandstand seat at the ballpark. Yes, it's baseball today the American way. Now, the next best thing to a real seat in the bleachers is an easy chair in front of your own RCA Victor 19-inch television set, where you see the games in pictures, the big bright size, the just right size for any living room. Pictures so realistic you can all but smell the dust of the ballpark. The kind of pictures that make RCA Victor television million-proof, proven in over 2 million homes. Yes, inch for inch, RCA Victor 19-inch is your best buy in television. And you can get your set tomorrow. That's right. RCA Victor dealers have a big range of RCA Victor 19-inchers on display right now. So insist on the best. Insist on RCA Victor 19-inch. Inch for inch, your best buy in television. Mr. Scott of RCA Victor has called Phil and told him an emergency has arisen, and he wants him to have the entire cast of the show at NBC this morning at 10 o'clock. It is now 10 minutes of 10, and Phil and Alice are just about to enter the studio.
Look, honey, Mr. Scott said that this was going to be an important meeting, so when we get into rehearsal, well, I'll just have to lay the law down to the boys in the band, and, well, I'm going to have to tell them just how to act.
You like to live dangerously, don't you? Why, if you rub those fellas the wrong way, they'll tear you limb from limb.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of dangerous, but they got to be told, and I'm the guy that's... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
You tell them.
Me? You expect me to stand up in front of those 27 headhunters? Are you after my insurance money, Clyde?
Now, wait a minute. You got nothing to worry about. They won't hurt a woman. They're a man-eating tribe. Look, honey, if they start coming at you, I'll drive them back with a fire hose. Now, will you do it for me, honey?
All right, I'll do it. My only regret is that I have but one life to lose for my yellow husband. Come on, let's go in. All right. Quiet. Gentlemen, please. All right, fellas. Please. Quiet. Quiet. Tank down, you mugs! Gentlemen, I have something to say to you. I'm in charge here, so pay attention.
Hey, fellas, look at Harris in that blonde wig. He's become a female impersonator. That ain't Phil Harris. Then who is it? Papa Mark.
Wait a minute. Now, don't be a bunch of wise guys. This female impersonator happens to be my wife.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have something to say to you, and I want you to pay attention.
What right have you got to tell us anything?
I happen to be your leader's wife, and what I say goes.
Get a load of Eva Perron.
Who's Eva Perron?
Don't you know nothing, honey? That's the new daytime soap opera. Eva Perron, girl dictator. Now look, you guys, when Alice is going to... Wait a minute. What's that sack of onions doing on the floor?
Them ain't onions. That's Brimley taking a nap.
Lumpy, ain't he? Remley. All right, kid, let's wake up. All right, Remley. Come on. Rise and shine. Remley, the man's here for you.
What? Who's talking?
Open your eyes and find out.
I'm too sleepy. I can't open my eyes.
Well, force them open.
Okay.
Good boy. Now then. Don't overdo it. Just open two. That's enough. Leave the one in the middle shut. Why are you so sleepy anyway?
I didn't get to bed last night.
Well, what were you doing?
Up until 11:30, I can give you a detailed report. After that, it's just hearsay.
Francis, why do you do these things? You're just wasting your talented youth. I say you. I also say talented.
Curly, I got news for you. I was out with a girl last night, and I fell in love.
Oh. You fell in love?
Yeah. You ought to see Orville. She's beautiful. She has long red hair, blue eyes, little turned-up nose, 3 of the sharpest teeth you ever saw.
3 teeth?
2 on top and 1 on the bottom.
How long have you known this beaver?
Please, Curly. She only needs 3 teeth for her job.
Oh, this I can't wait for. Go ahead, tell me. What's her job?
She's a hole biter in a bowling ball factory.
Thank you and goodbye.
As the balls go by, she bends over and snaps at them.
That's enough, Manley. That's fine.
They wanted to promote her to the two-hole ball department, but she refused to pull a tooth for that.
All right, you can quit now.
And I don't blame her.
All right. Look, Remley, Mr. Scott's coming down today, and I want you to behave yourself. And incidentally, that goes for the rest of you guys, too. Mr. Scott happens to be a big man, and I want you to treat him with dignity and with respect. And another thing.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Harris.
Gentlemen, Mr. Scott. Hold it! Will you stop already? Stop it! What's the matter with you guys? What's the idea of playing Mockingbird Hill?
Harris, are these offbeat characters pulling my leg?
Why, of course not, Mr. Scott. You see, they're very shy and they can only express themselves musically. They think the world of you. Don't you, fellas?
Everybody loves a sponsor, that's why we're in love with you.
Free Scotty! Free Scotty!
Won't you let me come and call?
Wait a minute! That's enough.
What's the matter with these men? Don't they like me?
Oh, on the contrary. They're crazy about you. Look, now you take Remley, for instance, Mr. Scott. Remley, Frankie, tell Mr. Scott how you feel about him.
You're lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss.
Get your pudgy paws off me. Now, Harris, this is the very thing I came down to see you about. There's no dignity on this show at all. Everything here is disorganized. Now, let me see the script for tomorrow's program.
Oh, well, look, the writers haven't brought it down yet, Mr. Scott.
What?
Now, don't get excited. They'll be here with it, and if we don't have a script for tomorrow's show, I'll tell you what. I'll sing the whole half hour.
Oh, would you do that for me?
Yes.
You do, and I'll take a hot iron and straighten out every curl in your wavy little scalp.
Oh, Mr. Scott, Phil has one song I know you'll like. He does a duet with me, and it's a great tune. It's called The Letter, and we recorded it for RCA Victor.
Well, if you did it for our company, it must be good. Go ahead and sing it. I'm all ears.
Oh, in that case, I better pin them back so they won't flap during the show.
Now, I planned to be wed to a redhead named Red, but I had to go away, oh, Mario. To Red I was true, and I thought she was too, till she wrote me a letter one day, reading.
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so farewell to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John.
In Paris I met a brunette named Yvette. Tout sweet, I called her my chérie. The wedding was set, but Yvette, I regret, sent the following letter to me, reading.
Dear Jean, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two. That's true for you, dear Jean.
Dear Jean, dear Jean.
I'm in Dublin one day on the loose, and I asked Kitty O'Shea, I said, Kit, would you be my Colleen? A letter she wrote, and inside of her note, sure as shamrock was pressed in between, reading.
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so farewell to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John.
When sweet Lalani showed Hawaii to me, I fell for her native charm. Give me something, said I, to remember you by. So she drew a tattoo on my arm, reading.
Dear John, I think the world of you, but but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two. So aloha to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John.
But now I got Sal, just a hillbilly gal. But she's pretty, she's big, and she's dumb, a buttermilk drinker. She's learned how to fight, but she ain't learned to write. So, I reckon no letter will come.
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two. So farewell to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John.
Boys, what's my name?
Clyde.
Miss Faye, you sang wonderfully. And as for you, Harris...
Yes?
It's getting late. Where are the writers with the script? I'm not happy with what they've been writing lately, and I want to talk to them.
Okay, but be careful, Mr. Scott, how you handle them. They're very artistic and temperamental.
Oh, don't worry. They'll have respect for me. I'm the sponsor.
Well, I guess... Oh, here they are now. Hiya, fellas.
Good morning, you joke butcher.
All right, now, please, fellas, I want... Well, you see... That is...
Quiet, tangle tongues.
Now, look, gentlemen, I just want you to meet somebody. Mr. Singer, Mr. Chevrolet, this is Mr. Scott.
How do you do? Now, gentlemen, I have
Harris,
several...
who is this baggy pants stooge?
I am not a stooge.
Then what are you?
I'm the sponsor.
Tut, tut, no profanity.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Please be nice to Mr. Scott. I didn't tell you, but several weeks ago, Mr. Scott became the sponsor of our show.
What? This is now a sponsored show? Harris, you sneak, you sold us down the river.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with having a sponsor?
Oh, the shame of it. To think the purity of our literary work should be tainted by some bellowing individual telling us to wash our undies in yummy yogurt. For 20 years we've written unsponsored programs. And now this fiend comes along and louses up our record.
Don't cry, Raymond. Don't cry. I'll handle this.
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry, but we don't allow sponsors on our show, so I'll thank you to leave.
But
Now, please take your hat and your potato peeler or whatever you're selling and blow. In short, you're fired.
Wait a minute! I'm the boss! You two are fired! Now get out!
Very well. We'll go. We don't need radio. We'll go back to our old job of writing for the American Railway Express.
You wrote for the Railway Express?
Oh, yes. Our works have been seen and heard all over the world. Famous lines such as... Fragile, handle with care. Use no hooks. Do not open until Christmas. And don't forget our immortal line, this end up. Goodbye.
And don't come back. Harris, I don't like the type of comedy you've been doing. I want something more dignified. And you'd better have it for me tomorrow. Goodbye. I had to get stuck with a hokey comic. Why can't I have a classy show like the Halls of Ivy? Or Ma Perkins? Or Grand Ole Opry?
He's got a lot of nerve coming in here trying to tell you how to run your show. Don't listen to him, Curly.
I gotta listen to him. He's the boss. Besides, I agree with him. Tired of doing comedy myself. I'd like to do something serious, something with dignity, something that has suspense and Hey, that's it.
What?
We'll do a show like Suspense. And I know just the guy who can write it.
Who?
Me?
Oh, Phil, you're not a writer.
Used to be my business. And I'm going home and write a script and show you... Wait a minute. Look, I want everybody back here tomorrow morning for rehearsal. So all of you go home and get a good night's rest. glad to see you're all here for rehearsal this morning.
That night passed so fast I ain't got much sleep.
Never mind. Now, look, I want you people to know that I spent all night writing this script, and I've got a story that's chock full of suspense.
Say, Phil, you ought to put some of those eerie sound effects in to create a mood like they do in all those mystery shows.
Don't worry about that, honey. I thought of that. I got all the sound effects in.
Wow.
All right. Let's get started. Set the scene.
Ladies and gentlemen, RCA Victor presents Alice Faye and Phil Harris in a story about a man, his unfaithful wife, and murder.
Nurse, when is my wife going to have her baby? Impatient? I've been pacing this hospital corridor for 6 months. My feet are killing me. Nurse, see if Mrs. Harris has had her baby yet.
Mrs. Harris? I'm sorry, but there's nobody named Mrs. Harris having a baby here.
Then try Schultz. I'll take anything. You must have a Mrs. Harris. 6 months ago, she told me she was going to have a baby, and I should meet her here.
I'm sorry, but we don't have a Mrs. Harris.
Well, why should she tell me that she's going to have it? Oh, I see it all now. She's not going to have a baby. She's in love with another man, and this was just a trick to get me out of the house. Well, she's not going to get away with it. I'm going right home now and have this out with her.
Alice, darling, that was beautiful. Sing me another chorus.
Later, Frank. Right now, tell me, do you love me?
Need you ask, darling? I want you for my own, and I can't wait until you're free. Tell me, darling, have you tried killing your husband lately?
I've tried everything.
Did you fix his cocktail the way I told you?
Yes. Last week I made his martini the way you suggested. I put in arsenic, cleaning fluid, and a glass olive.
What happened?
He liked it. Now he won't drink anything else.
Strange. Every time I drink them, they give me heartburn. We must find another way.
Oh, I found another way. A subtle way. I've hired an electrician.
An electrician? How is he going to help us?
I'll let him tell you. Here he is now.
Well, Lydia, don't what you told me. I wired everything in the house. If your husband sits down in his easy chair, a landmine explodes. If he turns on a lamp, machine gun bullets spray him. And if he picks up the phone, 30,000 volts of electricity go through his body. Tell me something, lady. Are you mad at your husband?
No, but are you sure this will do away with him?
It can't miss. I got everything in the joint wired, including your mother-in-law. If he tries to kiss her on Mother's Day, he'll get burned to a crisp.
Good. In the meantime, Alice, we better not be seen with each other or the police will suspect us. We've got to keep our romance a secret. We don't want anyone to know that we're in love with each other.
Oh, don't fret, sweetheart. Nobody will find out about us.
Oh-ho! I caught you at last, my wife in the arms of another man.
Ah, it's old blabbermouth. That'll be all over town.
Where are your manners, Harris, bursting in like this? Now go out and knock before you come in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's there?
Howard.
Howard who?
How would you like to have your roof caved in?
No! He's doing knock-knock jokes. No wonder you want to kill this jerk.
Oh, Frank, why try to hide it? I want my husband to know that we're in love, so take me in your arms and kiss me.
All right. We'll show him we're not afraid. Come in.
A fine thing. I come home to find my wife kissing another man and dinner isn't even ready yet. I don't think you're kidding, are you? Hey, Kathy, you better get over here right away. Don't walk, run to the nearest exit. Alice, how can you do this to me? Kissing another man. And in front of my pet sheepdog.
I ain't no sheepdog!
I'm sorry, Prince. I keep forgetting you're an Airedale.
I'm the electrician.
That's the last straw. It ain't bad enough that my wife's kissing another man, but I gotta pay an electrician $3 an hour to watch him.
$4, I'm a union.
All right. Alice, how can you do this to me? I've been a good husband. Why are you in this man's arms? Why are you kissing him?
It's your own fault.
My fault?
Yes. You wouldn't buy me a television set, and I've got to do something after I finish the dishes.
You could try kissing me.
I'd rather do the dishes over again.
Well, I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to...
Don't get excited, Harris. Take it easy. Relax. Sit down in your easy chair.
Yeah. Sit down, turn on the light, kiss your mother, and phone somebody.
All right. I'll just sit here and Wait a minute. Why is everybody holding their ears? Wait a minute. There's something funny going on in here.
It's just your imagination, Mac. What you need is something to relax you. Why don't you go upstairs and take an ice-cold needle shower?
What are you telling him to do that for?
I got the shower rig, too. When he comes out there, he'll look like a punch board.
You mean?
Real needles.
Yeah, I could take a nice shower. No, I don't feel like taking a shower.
This guy ain't cooperating.
Oh, it's just the dark room that's making you nervous, dear. Why don't you turn the lamp on?
All right, I'll turn the lamp. Wait a minute now. Why is everybody ducking behind chairs? I don't trust anybody here. There's only one person that I can trust in this house, and that's my baby. And I'm going into the nursery and talk to little Herman.
Why don't you phone him first and see if he's awake?
Let him go in the nursery. I booby-trapped that dopey-looking rag doll you got in there.
Dopey-look... Oh, no. That dopey-looking rag doll is our baby. We've got to stop him before he...
Too late.
Hey, Alice, you better change the baby's formula. He's burping awful loud.
Thank goodness my baby's all right. Oh, I feel faint. I've got to sit down and...
Not in the easy chair, lady. Not in the easy. I wonder if she got hurt.
I better turn the lamp on and see.
Not that lamp, mister. Why don't nobody listen to me?
Oh, this is awful. My wife and this man both dead. I'd better call the police.
Not that phone, mister.
Operator, get me the police.
How do you like that? 30,000 volts in that phone, and all that happens is his nose lights up.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Yasha Heifetz, Sergei Rachmaninoff, Vladimir Horowitz, Arturo Toscanini, and the NBC Symphony Orchestra. These names are high on the honor roll of the world's greatest musicians. And these are just a few of the outstanding artists whose unforgettable performances are included in RCA Victor's exciting new Collector's Issue recordings. Here, supplementing the already famous RCA Victor treasury of immortal performances, are 17 albums and 4 single records of tremendous artistic and historical interest. You'll hear Sergei Rachmaninoff playing his own second piano concerto in C minor, Pietro Mascagni conducting the La Scala Orchestra and Chorus in his immortal opera Cavalleria Rusticana, stage and screen actor Laurence Olivier reciting 4 monologues from Hamlet, Richard Crooks, John Charles Thomas, Fritz Kreisler, and many, many others. These superb performances were formerly heard only on 78 RPM records. Now, in the collector's issue, they are yours to enjoy whenever you want, on long play and on RCA Victor's incomparable 45. So enrich your record collection as well as your own musical pleasure with the RCA Victor's collector's issue, available now at your nearest dealer's store.
This is Phil again. The Red Cross has asked us to appeal again for blood donors. So sign up and help the guys fighting in Korea. And if you haven't made your donation to the Red Cross Fund this year, please sit down and mail that check today. Thanks, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Paula Victor, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Joseph Kearns, and Ollie O'Toole. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Hear Hedda Hopper next over many NBC stations. Theater. Yes, it's Sealtest Variety Theater with Henry Russell and his orchestra, the Crew Chiefs Quartet, Walt Keegan's answer to Yasha Heifetz, Jack Benny, and one of America's favorite song and dance men, George Murphy. And here she is, our gal Thursday, the singing star of Variety Theater, Dorothy Lamour.
Thank you and hello, everyone. Like the man says, there's good news tonight. In one corner is my old friend, a broth of a lad if I ever saw one, and begorra I've seen one, George Murphy. And in the other corner, that suave, slave-driving boss of mine. Just finished a picture for him. Jack Benny. Boys, take a bow.
Say, Dottie, did you two really just finish a picture together?
Together? I worked for him. Brother, what a boss. You should have seen that picture contract he drew up. Wow.
I didn't think it was so bad. It was a standard contract.
That was a standard contract? What about Clause 42C?
What is wrong with that clause?
Who ever heard of the star doing the producer's laundry?
Well, I did it when I worked for the Warner Brothers. There are 2 of them, too. By the way, Dottie, how did you like working for Jack?
I don't know. I worked for Benny.
You mean,
Yes, no Jack.
Hey, that's pretty good, Dorothy. You're a good comedian. Have you ever done any comedy?
Well, I worked with Bob Hope.
That's a pretty good start, yeah. Oh, George, I wanted to talk to you, too. You know, I'm thinking of making a musical picture, and I'd like to use you and Dorothy. I can just see the name up in lights now. Jack Benny Presents.
Wait a minute. What about Lamour and Murphy in lights?
Look, kid, let's not go crazy working for the electric company, you know. Enough, just
Jack, George, Dottie, Tom, Dick, and Harry, Oscar, Herman, Julian, and even Stanislaus, please stand by and spare us half a mo. No less, no mo.
Get the best, get Sealtest.
When the youngsters get that ice cream gleam in their eyes, you're likely to hear,
I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
and the biggest shout of all goes up for Sealtest ice cream. It's the top-ranking favorite with both grown-ups and growing-ups. You know why? Because flavor for flavor, there is no ice cream that matches Sealtest for pure goodness. It's better in every way. In smooth as velvet texture, in creamy richness, in wonderful lip-smacking flavor. Next time you crave ice cream, make it Sealtest, the outstanding quality ice cream of America. Always
Get the best, get Sealtest.
And here's Dottie, who not only does her Christmas mailing early, but her Christmas singing, too. So ready for the bottom of your tree is a lovely little vocal package, all tied up nice and purty with buttons and bows.
East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes. I'll stand out in buttons and bows. I love you in buckskin or shirts that I've homespun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's all move where gals keep us in those silks and satins and linens that show, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. Give me Eastern trim and where women are women in high silk hose and the peekaboo pose, the French perfume that rocks the room, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows. As far as the man standing next to me is concerned, and as far as introducing him is concerned, I'm what you might call stuck. There's so much to say, especially when the guy in question happens to be a very close friend. So I'll put it this way. If you were introducing George Murphy, what would you say? That's what I thought. Well, George, Carlton Cadell's ready to set the scene, so we'd better stand by.
Right, Dottie. As our comedy sketch opens, we find ourselves at Lacey's department store. The curtain rises on a scene in the interior of this rather exclusive establishment as a young man approaches the floor walker.
Excuse me, sir. Could you help me out?
I'd be delighted. Anything in particular?
Well, I have quite a few Christmas gifts to buy, and I'm sort of at loose ends.
Well, I have just the person to tie you together. Would you mind stepping this way? Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Cruisebine.
Good morning, Miss LaHaye. Miss LaHaye is our new gift counselor. She'll make us loads of suggestions, won't you, Miss LaHaye?
Yes, Mr. Cruisebine. Now, if you'll tell me how many there are on the list and what you'd care to spend.
Well, let's see now. As far as the ladies are concerned, there are some blondes and brunettes and miscellaneous. The list is very long.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to be more specific.
Well, there's Dolores with the dancing eyes and Gloria with the dancing eyes. And Marion, oh, that Marion, what a figure.
Well, what about her dancing eyes?
Eyes? Oh, I never noticed.
Well, why don't I take you around the store and let you see what we're showing on the models? Then you can tell how your friends will look on Christmas morning.
Oh, models, live ones. Say, that's just a ginger peachy idea. Leave us go.
Sorry, this elevator's all full. I have a good mind to take one of these elevators and run it myself.
Now, what makes you think you could run an elevator?
Are you kidding? The ones at Marshall Fields didn't run sideways, you know. Now, this is the fur department. We have silver foxes, blue foxes, IJ foxes, sheared beaver, cleared beaver, seared beaver, and sable. Oh, model, how much is that sable you're wearing?
$15,000.
One of your girlfriends would look awfully smart in that $15,000 coat.
She might look awfully smart, but I'd look awfully silly walking beside her in a $4 barrel.
Now, this is the bathing suit department. Perhaps you'll find something you like in here.
Oh, I'm sure I will, sure.
Now, this Parisienne number is only $27.50.
Where is it?
Right here in my hand.
Oh, I didn't see it. Say, there's not much to it, is there?
Well, frankly, if they make the bathing suits much skimpier, I don't know what's going to happen.
Neither do I, but I want to be there when it does.
Well, it looks like you've gotten everything you wanted. That comes to $17.56.32. Now, where shall I send all of them?
No place. Now, look, why don't we...
I said, where shall I send them?
Oh, Dottie, please,
You mean you've been wasting my time? You're not going to buy these gifts to send to your friends?
Oh, honest, I haven't got any friends. Come on, honey, let's go home.
Go home? Why, you come in here flaunt all those blondes, brunettes, and miscellaneous in my face, and then ask me to go home. Why do you think I left you in the first place? Dolores with the dancing eyes. Huh!
Oh, honest, honey, I don't even know those girls. I was just trying to make you jealous.
Well, you certainly succeeded. Brother, how you succeeded. Look, I got myself a job. I'm doing all right. Now, please.
Oh, honey, but I'm lonesome. I haven't even stirred out of the house since you left.
If I hadn't known you for 3 years before we got married, I might believe that.
Well, just to prove it to you, look, you see these Argyle socks?
What about them?
Well, I knitted them myself. And 2 sweaters.
Well, it's no use. Skip it, forget it, drop it, and beat it.
Oh, gee, just the night before you left, didn't I kiss you right in front of everyone?
That was just to give the children a sense of security.
Well, how are the kids anyhow?
They're fine, just fine.
Gee, I miss them. I miss everything about them. The piggyback rides and the Sloan's liniment on the shoulders, and the football games and the Sloan's liniment on the back, and the 5-hour sessions at the hitching post and the Sloan's liniment.
You should have thought of that when you came home with lipstick on your handkerchief.
That was not lipstick. I had a nosebleed.
Well, if that was blood, Sonny, your corpuscles are full of Chanel number 5.
Oh, Dottie, come on. Won't you come home?
Why? Do you miss my dancing eyes?
As a matter of fact, darling, I do miss your dancing eyes and all the other things about you. It would have been nice, though, all of us back together again. You know, Christmas.
Christmas. Yeah, wouldn't it?
I wonder whether the Salvation Army takes care of lonely husbands.
Oh, you fool, you big fool. Come here.
Oh, darling.
You dear, sweet fool.
Mommy, please. How many times have I told you there's no Santa Claus at this store? There's no Santa Claus.
Excuse me, lady. Excuse me just a minute, but I heard you tell that little boy something.
What about it?
Well, I've got news for you. Believe me, there really is a Santa Claus.
Now, the seaworthy crew chief, Captain Henry Russell, the orchestra, and a bottle of soy sauce set sail for the Orient on a slow boat to China.
I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Dream of your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny with a moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. myself, rocking not nobody else, all to myself alone. Get the best, get Sealtest.
All kinds of tests are being made these days, but when it comes to judging the goodness of ice cream, Sealtest meets the real test. I mean, your own taste test. You buy the ice cream you like the best, and Sealtest is America's first choice. It outsells all other ice cream by a wide margin. That's the real test, all right. Proof that it's tops in rich, full-bodied flavor, in smooth, creamy texture, in pure goodness. And rigid Sealtest quality control keeps it that way. Every quart, every pint, every spoonful is better in every way. So whenever you crave ice cream,
get the best, get Sealtest.
Say, Dottie, before you tell the people about the new Jack Benny, Jack Benny, the movie producer, what are you going to sing?
Jack, it's a song first published on January 15th, 1930 by the Whitmark Publishing Company, 1256 Avenue, New York City, written by Al Dubin and Joe Burke, and first sung at the Silver Slipper Cafe at 1133 Broadway, New York City on May 30th, 1930, and the title is For You.
Is there time left to sing it?
Out of the blue for you, I'll wear a string of pearls made of the blue for you. The highway and over the street, carpets of clover I lay at your feet. Oh, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. For you, for you, for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all familiar with our next guest, Jack Benny. A top-flight comedian for many years, Jack Benny has kept millions of people laughing on both screen and radio. Recently, Jack has added another facet to his already brilliant career, and he is now a full-fledged motion picture producer. In fact, along with Brian Donlevy and Claire Trevor, I had the pleasure of appearing in Mr. Benny's first production, The Lucky Stiff, which will soon be released. But to give you an idea of how much this new responsibility has changed Jack, we'll turn back the clock to yesterday afternoon when I visited him at his office to say hello and pick up my check, which was 3 months late. When I walked in, Jack was dictating a letter to his very pretty secretary.
Now, let's see. Inasmuch as The Lucky Stiff is my first picture, read that back to me, Miss Lindsay. The whole thing.
Dear sir, inasmuch as The Lucky Stiff is my first picture...
It sounds pretty good so far. Now, Miss Lindsay, what are you laughing at?
That fountain pen
in your pocket is tickling my ribs.
Oh, well, let me move it. There. Now is the fountain pen bothering you?
No, this is fine. Hello, Jack. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
Oh, well, that's all right. Come in, Dorothy. I got something in my eye, and my secretary was just trying to take it out, isn't it?
She must have been taking it out with her teeth. You've got lipstick all over your face.
I have? Well, that'll be all, Miss Lindsay. I'd like to get up now. Thanks.
Where do you want me to send the letter?
The letter? What letter? Oh, yes, the letter, yes. Just say, I cannot see the advisability of a tie-up between your company and the Lucky Stiff at this time. Send it to Forest Lawn. Use a 1.5 cent stamp. You see, don't seal the envelope. Just tuck in the flap, and it'll get there, you know.
Yes, honey. Yes, sir, Mr. Benny.
That's a very attractive secretary you have, Jack.
Yeah, she's very efficient, too. She was recommended to me by Georgie Jessel. By the way, Dorothy, did you get that package I sent over to your house?
Yes, it came this morning, and I want to thank you very much.
Well, I understand it's customary for the producer to present the star with a gift when the picture is finished.
Well, I still think it was very sweet of you. How did you know I'll experiment?
Well, I just took a chance. You know, it's awfully hard to pick out a present for a girl like you, Dorothy. You've got everything, you know.
Not quite, Jack. I still haven't received my last salary check.
Oh, yes, it's right here on my desk. I was wondering when you were going to come in and pick it up. I was thinking maybe you'd forgotten about it, you know. Here it is, Dorothy.
Thanks. Well, let go of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just stuck to my fingers.
Oh, that's all right.
You have a hard time saying corpuscles, haven't you? I was just... I didn't know. I heard it before. I didn't know.
That's right, Jack. Say.
What? Nothing hard, you know, just corpuscles, just like blood. It doesn't mean it. Go ahead.
I got no blood left. That's all right, Jack. Say, while I think of it, don't forget you're going to be a guest on my program tomorrow night. Write some jokes like that.
Yes. I almost forgot it. I've been so busy. Look, when I come on your program, what'll I talk about?
Well, you can mention that you're a producer now and how different it is.
Well, I don't know whether I ought to do that, Dorothy. You see, if I talk about the Lucky Stiff, I'll have to say it's a Jack Benny production, produced by Jack Benny, a Jack Benny presentation, you know. It might sound like I'm plugging myself too much. You know.
Well, maybe you'll think of something else.
I doubt it. Oh, Dottie, I forgot to tell you. You know, we had a sneak preview of the Lucky Stiff last night. And after come back here. We're over, you know, in about 3 minutes. And after the picture was over, I went out in the lobby and mingled with the people to get their reaction of the picture, and they loved it.
Well, didn't they recognize you?
No. You see, I wore a white cap and apron, and I pretended I was selling popcorn, you know. I sold over 100 bags in 5 minutes. Isn't that remarkable?
Gee, it sounds like we've got a hit.
Sure, and you can't even say corpuscles, and you can Oh, the picture, Dottie, the picture can't miss. Now, remember the scene where Brian Dunleavy and Claire Trevor walk in, and you...
Oh, Mr. Benny, can I see you for a moment?
What's wrong, Miss Lindsay?
It's that writer you hired yesterday. He's sick.
Already? They always wait till they're on salary, and then they get sick. What's the matter with him?
He's coughing, shivering, sneezing, and sniffling.
Well, give him a 4-way cold tablet and tell him to lie down for a few minutes. He can be sick on his own time.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge.
Jack, aren't you afraid you'll spoil your writer coddling him that way?
Oh, I can't help it, Dorothy. I try to be tough, but I guess I just haven't got it in me, you know. I don't know, I'm just a big, soft-hearted slob, you know?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll run along, Jack. Thanks for the check.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go yet, Dorothy. There's something I want to talk to you about. A new story that I start...
Mr. Benny, Lou Foster, your director's here. He wants to see you.
Oh, yes. Send him in, by all means. Dorothy, isn't Lou Foster a wonderful director?
Oh,
a
yes.
Great guy, isn't
and
he?
he's a great director, too.
Oh, pardon me.
Stop jumping my lines. I've seen him handle the most difficult actors and never once lose his temper.
I'll kill him! I'll strangle that Benny with my bare hands. Oh, there you are, you double-crosser.
Now, Lou, Mr. Foster, take it easy now. Put down that megaphone.
Lou,
now,
I'm
take it
surprised at you. I've never seen you act this way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dorothy, but you don't know what I've been through with this man. It's been agony.
Oh, I don't know. Name one producer who could have done a better job in this picture than I did. Name one. Just one.
Sam Goldwyn, Hal Wallace, Darrell Zanuck.
You named three. I only asked you to name one. Couldn't even name one.
Now, Lou, try to control your temper.
Oh, I've tried. Believe me. I didn't mind when Benny made me shoot a mob scene with only 4 people.
I wanted a small mob, that's all. A million people for a mob scene.
I didn't care when he wanted me to make the actors work twice as fast and shoot the picture in slow motion to save time.
And money, that's important too, you know.
But when he stuck in an added scene in the picture without even telling me about it, me, the director, that was the end.
But, Lou, what on earth happened?
Well, last night at the sneak preview, just as the picture was reaching the climax, Brian Donlevy flings open the closet to expose the killer, and who is sitting there but Jack Benny yelling, LS-MFT, LS!
Well, I think it's a very cute scene.
Jack, how could you use our picture to plug Lucky Strikes?
I beg your pardon. In this case, LSMFT means Lucky Stiff must fill theaters. I wasn't even thinking of Lucky Strikes, Miss Corpuscles.
All right, Mr. Benny. But if you insist on keeping that scene, then I'm going to add a scene. Another murder.
But, Lou, we can't possibly have another murder in the picture.
This one won't be in the picture. Think it over. Goodbye.
How do you like that? Looks like a short Don Wilson. Now, where were we, Dorothy?
I was sitting here and you were hiding under the desk.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, I want to tell you about the story I bought for my next picture. I paid a lot of money for it. It's got...
Mr. Benny, the writer is feeling better now. He wants to eat lunch.
Oh. Well, here's the key. Let him out. See that he gets back in half an hour.
Yes, sir.
As I was saying, Dorothy, there's a great part for you in this new story I bought.
Well, I'm always interested in a good part, Jack. What's it all about?
Well, look at it. Oh, it's wonderful. Now, listen. You play the part of a deaf mute, a beautiful girl who can't hear or talk. Now, there's a villain who's responsible for all your unhappiness. But a handsome young doctor comes along and takes you out of your misery. It's a great story, never been done, and I've got a great title for it, too. Jimmy Belinda. What's the matter, Dorothy? Dorothy, don't you like it?
But, Jack, that's the story of Johnny Belinda.
What?
I saw the picture only last week. Jane Wyman played in it.
How do you like that? And I bought that story from Rochester. Wait till I get my hands on him, Jimmy Belinda.
Jack Benny, that was wonderful. I know your millions of friends will be all listening to you on your own Lucky Strike cigarette show next Sunday on this same network. And now, in just a few seconds, we're going to give you some great news about our guest for our own show next week.
Get the best, get Sealtest.
Santa Claus has good things in store, and so does your Sealtest dealer. Just wait till you taste Sealtest chocolate chip ice cream, the flavor of the month for December. It's something special. Creamy rich vanilla ice cream chock full of real bittersweet chip chocolate. And say, here's another festive treat. Red raspberry tarts, the Sealtest dessert of the month. You'll find them an eyeful and a mouthful of the finest ice cream eating ever. Individual shells filled with wonderful Sealtest vanilla ice cream, topped with plenty of red ripe raspberries and honest-to-goodness whipped cream. a holiday green halo of it for a heavenly dish. Try both Sealtest red raspberry tarts and Sealtest chocolate chip ice cream. When you treat the family to ice cream,
get the best, get Sealtest.
Here again is your mistress of ceremonies, Dorothy Lamour.
Well, George Murphy and Jack Benny, visit us again real soon, won't you? And along with the fun, your appearance tonight contributes to a fine cause, the establishment of the American Federation of Radio Artists Welfare Insurance Fund. Next Thursday, our guests will be a pair of visitors from Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly, together with another great screen star, Edward Arnold. So until then, this is Dorothy Lamour saying keep well, keep happy, and keep listening.
Tonight's Sealtest Variety Theater was written by Howard Harris, Hugh Wedlock, and Howard Snyder. Direction is by Glenn Hall Taylor. George Murphy appeared through arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor motion picture Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Tune in next Thursday at this same time when Sealtest Milk and Ice Cream again presents Sealtest Variety Theater, starring Dorothy Lamour, and as our guests, Edward Arnold and Fibber McGee and Molly. Sealtest Incorporated and associate companies are divisions of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is Carlton Cadell speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they come, America. Soldiers in Greasepaint. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly a program of Thanksgiving. It is a salute to the patriotic fervor of men and women from every branch of the theatrical profession who have done such a magnificent work entertaining the members of our armed forces both here and overseas. It is an humble acknowledgement of the ceaseless and untiring efforts of another group of self-effacing people, the workers who comprise USO Camp Shows, the organization that makes the wheels of a huge and complex machine run smoothly. In the next 45 minutes, you will hear from almost every corner of the globe. Washington, Guadalcanal, San Francisco, Panama. Here in our Hollywood studio is another battalion of soldiers in Greasepaint. There's Jack Benny, Judith Anderson, Francis Langford, Kay Francis, John Garfield. But to read the entire roster of names would deprive you of precious minutes of enjoyment. So let me turn the microphone over to a gentleman who will help manage the proceedings, your first host for this morning, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob saluting the USO Hope, a great movement that's lifting the morale of our boys, whether they're in Alaska, Australia, or Albuquerque, so they'll never feel like the part I get of the turkey. Well, that's my opening smash. Well, I'm very proud to be on this show. I've just returned from a tour of the Army camps in Europe to boost the morale of the soldiers in the United States. And I want to say the USO sends actors to all the battlefronts. In fact, it's sort of a low circuit with foxholes. I have to bolster that a little, didn't I? I had a great time with the fellas over there. In fact, I still have a bad case of crap game knee. And I'll never forget the plane trip across the Atlantic. What thrills. You can take my pilot's word for it. He told me all about it when I came to in England. I really wasn't scared. I read a good novel all the way across, and the way back I read the second page. Not, I wasn't nervous, but I was shaking so hard the pilot cut out both motors and my knees kept the plane in the air. Halfway across, the stewardess tapped me on the shoulder and said, in case of trouble, the pilot is the last one to leave the plane. I said, why tell me? She said, well, I don't want to make you nervous, but there he is down there. And what a time we had in London. The fog there isn't exactly thick. But I saw an air raid there one night, and the anti-aircraft shot down 3 submarines. Most of the time, you can't be sure whether it's fog or Churchill cigar. But we had a great trip. But it's wonderful to come back to this country again. Because you know that no matter how long you've been away, you'll see the same upraised arm. Head, who's there? Is that my Crosby? What was that? But it's great to get back because no matter how long you've been away, you'll see the same upraised arm and the Statue of Liberty and the same face looking out of the White House window. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present a great guy, an up-and-coming young fellow who made a great name for himself on the dugout circuit, one of radio's foremost, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, that introduction was a little ambiguous, Bob. You said one of radio's foremost. Foremost what?
Well, I cleaned up part of the speech, Jack.
All right.
It originally said one of radio's 4 most obnoxious comedians.
Oh, it did? Who are the other two? Well, now that you got the program started, Bob, might be wise to do a little entertaining.
Yeah. Well, what'd you think I was doing out here, making an omelet? I left myself wide open, didn't I? Say, what's that thing under your arm? Did you just get through with the Palladium, Jack? What is that there?
Oh, no, I'm going to a wedding. This is a violin. This is a Steinway and Sons. I'm going to play.
Well, you're going to play? This is no time to play the fiddle.
Why, that's ridiculous. People always love to hear me play the violin. Look, I took it with me on my trip overseas, and I played it while we were making the flight from Cairo to Sicily in a bomber.
I heard about that. It was the first time anybody was ever strafed by his own pilot.
Look, Bob, he wasn't aiming at me. My G-string was out of tune, and he thought we were being attacked by a Messerschmitt. Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Hoppy.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's for your own good.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't think it would be wise for you to play the fiddle at all today. You see, in a few minutes, we're going to listen to Heifetz.
I didn't catch the name?
Heifetz. He's in Panama, and we're soon going to switch the program there.
Heifetz?
Mm-hmm.
Panama. That isn't the little fellow with the hat store there, is it?
No, that's the little fellow with the fiddle, Yasha Heifetz. He plays the violin, and he's in Panama.
Oh, of course. I remember seeing him in a nightclub there. Yasha Heifetz and his Panamaniac. Great band.
No, he doesn't play with a band. He's the Sinatra of the catgut. Look, the word is It's not Panamaniacs anyway. The word is Panamanian.
Look, Bob, I know what the word is, and I know who Heifetz is, too, but I don't see how my playing will conflict with his at all. Our techniques are totally different.
Yeah, he only has to put it under one chin.
I use my second chin for a mute. If you'll be good enough to carry on for a few seconds, Bob, I'll get some rosin for my bowl.
Get an axe for
your
fiddle, too.
What?
Don't talk to my slug. Let's go big galot. Where's that? Let's try it with strings this time. Jack, since you're not going to give me a straight line. Jack, since you're so anxious to play, you'd better have the full advantage of the acoustics in this studio. If you'll just go behind the screen.
Me behind the screen?
Believe me, Jack, it's safer. Besides, we've fixed up a very delicate microphone for you.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Bob.
Oh, think nothing of it.
The acoustics are important, I imagine. Let's see, now, where did I put my rod?
Are you ready, Jack?
Yeah, okay.
Start playing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finest excuse anybody ever had to switch a program. Even if Benny wasn't playing, I'd be delighted to announce that you're going to listen to Al Jolson in New York. Take it away, New York.
Who has entertained our boys on more fighting fronts than any other soldier in Greasepaint. He's making his first appearance since recovering from a very serious illness. Al, what were the favorite songs that the boys asked you to sing abroad?
Well, in Sicily and in Italy and in Africa, England, Ireland, Alaska, Mammy and Sonny Boy were probably the favorite songs.
Of course.
I sung them so much, honestly. If the boys didn't get sick of them, I did. So, since I've been back, I've seen one show and I heard a great song. I think it's the greatest song I've heard in years. Of course, everybody knows the song. Maybe the boys haven't heard it over there.
Will you sing it now?
Well, I sing it. I don't want to tell you the name of it because the minute I do it, everybody will know what it is and probably tune out. So if you don't mind, Brother Miller, will you play Take It? Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. Don't dance all night with me till the stars fade from above. They'll see it's all right with me. People will say we're in love.
Thanks very much, Al. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another very fine soldier in Greasepaint speaking to us from way across the sea. Your old friend, Frederick Marge. Take it away, Caro.
Lands, for the first time, have had ample opportunity to compare these lands with home. To compare standards of living, food, sanitation, and from every angle. And they are utterly convinced, perhaps at long last, that they are fighting for the finest country in the world. Another thing the boys are thankful for is that they occasionally get a fairly new moving picture. But it is much too seldom. Once or twice they have had a first showing, that is the world premiere of film. This was in the Central Africa area. And they were thrilled and grateful. They can't understand why they should be shown so often movies which many of them saw at home 2 or 3 years ago. And I can't understand why every movie that now comes out of Hollywood should not be shown first of all and immediately to the armed forces overseas. Or at least let the boys here see them at the same time they are shown at home. I assure you it would build morale tremendously. But even more important than movies as a morale factor is mail. We have so little conception at home of how extremely important it is to the boys. They want more and more mail and news from home. Several commanding officers have told me that if it ever happens that their men were without mail from home for 3 consecutive months, they could not possibly be responsible for anything their men might do. Mail is usually rated as second in importance to food as regards morale. But many boys that I have talked to claim it is even more important than food. Always remember that morale overseas is spelled M-A-I-L. A Thanksgiving letter from you today and every day will make some soldier thankful and grateful, I assure you. In closing, may I say in all sincerity, I believe there is nothing the citizenry of America could be called upon to do in the way of sacrifices that would make up for what these boys are doing for you. Thank you, Frederick Marge. Take it away, New York.
There, how was it, Bob? Oh, magnificent, Jack. I'm sure our listeners never enjoyed your fiddle as much as they did this morning.
Oh, it was nothing. And Bob, it was really sweet of you. I mean, asking me to play 12 encores. Would you believe it? I wasn't even conscious that an audience was listening to me.
You have no idea how it helped.
You know, only one thing bothered me, Bob, from a musician's standpoint. I mean, you know how fussy I am about perfection. But when I reached the legato passage of Love and Bloom...
Yes?
Well, I'm afraid I put too much bravura in the tremolo, and I think I loused up the andante. You think anybody noticed it?
Nobody, Jack, not a soul.
That relieves me. Then.
Jack, I've got a confession to make. When you started playing, we switched to New York.
You switched to New York? You mean you cut me off the air?
Well, we only stayed in New York 2 minutes.
Oh, only 2 minutes. Then you switched back to me.
Well, not right away. From New York, we switched to Cairo.
Cairo. Oh, then you came back to me. Then you came back to me? Then you didn't come back to me?
That's about all you can do with that line, anyway.
I was going on to my Sunday broadcast with that.
No, Jack, we didn't come back.
Well, Bob, what part of my violin solo came over the air?
The part where you loused up the endowment.
Well, of all the dirty tricks, what was so important that you had to cut me off to switch to Cairo and New York?
Well, there was artist, Frederick Mars.
I know he's good, but is he so good that I should be sacrificed? I'd understand it. You know, I don't know if you cut me off the air to hear somebody like Al Jolson, the world's greatest entertainer. But...
Jack, when we switched to New York, we picked up Al Jolson.
Him I can't stand at all.
With your legs, you're lucky you can stand.
Listen to Charles Atlas. Look, Hope, I'm going to play right now, and everybody's going to hear me. You understand?
Well, if you must, Jack, go behind the screen again.
All right. I never heard of such outrageous.
Are you ready, Jack?
Yeah, just a second.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to bring you Brigadier General Joseph W. Byron, Director of Special Services, Army Service Forces. General Byron will speak to you from San Francisco. Take it away, San Francisco. San Francisco.
We are again on the road to see if our 45 USO shows are keeping up the good work. My boss, Joe Dokes, and I say to you, good troopers, well done. We thank you. And to you, Joe Dokes, wherever you are, we troopers, we old soldiers, we grandfathers, we of the nation, want you to know on this day of thanks, we are grateful to you and for you. And we pledge, on our honor, to do our best, to do our duty to God and our country, and to help you at all times.
Take it away, Hollywood.
Oh, that was wonderful, Jack.
Well, it felt better. I didn't make any mistakes at all that time.
Not one.
Hey, listen, I'd like to hear that violin solo of mine. Did they make a recording of it?
Yes, they did, but something went wrong with the recording outfit here, and they had to cut the record in Panama.
In Panama?
Yes. I'm sure it'll sound good, though. Would you like me to switch into Panama and have them play it back for you?
Well, if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, Oh, Jack, if you go behind the screen again, you'll find the reception much clearer.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, but it'll sound pretty good coming all the way from
Yes.
Panama.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now to Panama, where Yasha Heifetz is waiting to delight you with the magic music of his violin. Take it away, Panama.
Panama, we have just presented a portion of the concert being given this morning by Yasha Heifetz, accompanied by Emmanuel Bay before an audience
of Uncle Sam's Fighting Men. This is Captain Phil Lampkin speaking. Take it away, Hollywood.
Wasn't that marvelous, folks? Did you ever hear such masterful playing?
Hey, my record really sounded good, didn't it, Bob?
Good. Nobody can play like that.
Yeah, I could hardly believe it was me. I'll have to get that record. I'll see you soon, Bob.
Okay, Jack. How can a man make a censored word out of himself like that? Well, according to my notes, it's time to bring on a few more soldiers in Greasepaint, and here is a feminine task force who entertained not only our boys overseas, but also appeared before Queen Elizabeth and the royal family. Led by the lovely Kay Francis, they did a bang-up job, and here she is to present them, Kay Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now all I can say is that, well, we had a wonderful time. You'll hear our story in song from Martha Ray, Carol Landis, and Mitzi Mayfair. Girls, if you please.
We shall not forget the buddies that we met, Sunday, Monday, and always.
We wore GI boots and long-drawered union suits,
Sunday, Monday, and always.
We miss that sandy bed so snug to sleep at night. We miss those itsy-bitsy fleas and flies that bite and bite.
Our hair done in the mood, our helmet for a snood,
Sunday, Monday, and always. We were gaining weight, beans were all we ate, Sunday, Monday, and always. Out of bed we'd roll, then bathe in a bowl, Sunday, Monday, and always. We knew the boys would meet and greet us like a pal. We brought the very things they needed for morale, our gal. So to those fighting men, we would go again, Sunday, Monday, and always.
Aren't they wonderful? And now to show you that we cover every field of entertainment from Joe Miller to Shakespeare, I'm proud to say that we have with us today one of America's most outstanding dramatic actresses. She's a real soldier in Greasepaint, too, and was the first Hollywood representative to play for our men in the South Pacific, introducing Miss Judith Anderson.
Most of you men who are listening to this Thanksgiving Day broadcast are far away from home. Many of you have not seen your wives or sweethearts, your mothers or sisters for months, or perhaps for years. War is violent and brutal, and perhaps some of you find it hard to believe that there's still kindness, gentleness, and love left in this world. But we women have not forgotten. We women, and I mean your wives, sisters, mothers, and sweethearts, are waiting, and we will always wait until you return. But in the meantime, in our small way, we are doing what we can to shorten this war. We buy bonds, help with the Red Cross and USO, or we take over a man's job so that there still will be one more soldier to help you win this war. And every night we pray for your safe return. This is Thanksgiving Day. I hope that next Thanksgiving Day we will be together again in our own homes. And when peace comes to us, and we relight our torch of freedom, dear God, with your help and guidance, we will never again let it go out. God bless you all.
Thank you, Miss Anderson. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we switch once again to overseas. This time, the place is Guadalcanal, and the trooper is Jackie Heller. Take it away, Guadalcanal.
This is your NBC News reporter, George Thomas Goldster, speaking from New Caledonia.
Join us for the next couple of minutes where we tell you about the grandest bunch of fellows in the world. Your sons, sweethearts, husbands, and brothers. We're happy to present a star of stage, screen, and radio. Known to you as 61 inches of song, Little Jack Teller. Thanks, George, and hi, and Mr. and Mrs. America. Where do you hail from, Jackie? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, you're a long ways from the beaten path. What are you doing in this part of the world? Well, George, I'm proud to say that I'm here with the USO Overseas Camp Show, and with two other entertainers, Lou Parker and George Finkelberg. We're having a swell time doing shows for these boys who need and deserve them so much. And how long has you fellows been on? Going on 7 months. You expect to be around much longer? George, as long as there are troops to entertain, the sky's the limit. And to date, Jackie, where have you been? Well, the Hawaiian Islands, New Caledonia, Espiritu Santos, and Guadalcanal. And how do you like doing one night in the South Pacific? Well, I think it's wonderful. A bit rough at times, but after we do our shows and see the boys laugh, yell, and just about tear down the house, as the saying goes, we realize that our work is not in vain. For the hour and 20 minutes we're singing and playing, we know we are giving them a little pleasure and enjoyment and bringing home a little closer to them. In fact, I often think that the men are the actors because whether it was a torrential rain, storm, or a very hot day, the show just had to go on. I know that you've had many experiences while touring here in the South Pacific, Jackie. I really have, George, but the biggest thrill I've had so far was when I was asked to join the men in their Yom Kippur services in Espiritu Santos. Singing hymns for the first time since leaving my father's choir many years ago brought back many memories. Believe me, it was a great thrill singing for and with the men. Just one last question. How do you find the morale of our fighting men out here? Morale, did you say? Out here in the South Pacific, morale isn't mentioned. It's here, there, and everywhere. It's the way the men talk, eat, sleep, and play. In fact, it's everything they do. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me when I tell you that the shows presented by the USO Camp Shows have aided immensely in maintaining the spirit. And your loved ones, they're the greatest and most appreciative audience in the world. And now on behalf of George Finkelberg, Lou Parker, Manager Lieutenant Benson, George Foster, and yours truly, here's wishing you the happiest Thanksgiving Day ever. Thank you, Jackie Heller. Take it away, Hollywood.
We pause briefly for station identification.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with Soldiers in Greasepaint from Hollywood. And now I'd like to present one of Hollywood's most charming stars, the lady who was one of the original overseas gals, that beautiful English actress, Merle Oberon. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Merle. You're a regular paper doll, aren't you, huh? Mind if I put my arm around you?
Do you put your arms around all the paper dolls?
Yeah, I'm from the Associated Press. Merle, I understand you recently finished a tour of the Army camps in England.
Yes, Bob. I toured the camps with Al Jolson. You know him, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know Al Jolson very well. We were in vaudeville together.
Really?
Yeah, before he sang, I used to run out and spread a doily under his knee.
Bob, you recently got back yourself from England, didn't you?
Yes, Merle, I must say I created a sensation when I appeared at Buckingham Palace.
Oh, yes, I heard you did. Bob, you know you're supposed to wear silk knee breeches when you appear before the king.
You're supposed to wear silk knee breeches?
That's right. You're not supposed to walk in with just your long underwear pulled up tight. Bob, wasn't it thrilling to see the British and American boys sharing everything? Even the same reading room in the canteen.
Yeah, but our boys have one bad habit. They cut pages out of the magazines.
They do?
Sure. In fact, for 6 months, the British thought Esquire was a magazine about what the men are wearing.
Bob, were you frightened during the air raid?
Oh, I don't know that I was any more afraid of the air raids than anyone else. After all, I saw plenty of big, tough soldiers kneeling beside their beds.
Yes, I know, but they at least got up once in a while to go and eat.
Merle, I wasn't afraid of those enemy bombers.
I don't know, Bob, but you were the only man in London who shaved the top of his head and had Open City tattooed on his skull.
Well, I wasn't sure they'd see the white flag hanging on my nose.
But I enjoyed playing those army camps, Bob, especially when the soldiers started giving me that old GI look.
GI look?
Yes, that means
It's my Jeep, baby. Get in.
Yeah, those boys really know how to take a curve. Say, listen, I'm sure that you were a welcome hitchhiker, Merle.
Thank you, Bob. And before I go, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you boys not to lose your GI look, because I'll be seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Merle Oberon. And now another USO star who toured Alaska and the Aleutians, our old friend, Senor Professor Jerry Colonna. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, Professor Colonna. Good morning.
Morning. Is that what that stuff is out there?
You look grand. Look at that stash. It's good today, isn't it? Yeah. Only man in the world can kiss a girl and give her the brush off at the same time. Professor, we had a lot of fun up there in Alaska, didn't we?
Yes, indeed, we did.
But one thing I want to know, Colonna, about that Alaskan trip. Why were you always hollering mush, mush?
Well, they made me wait for my breakfast. Not this morning, though. I was too early for it.
Yeah, get in line. Say, when we came down through Alaska, did you notice those mounted policemen?
Oh, there's nothing. No hope. I was a mounted policeman before I was born.
You were a mounted policeman before you were born? How is that possible?
I lied about my age.
You know, Professor, you've got the lowest IQ I ever saw.
I can't help it. My suspenders are loose.
You know, you give me the willies.
Okay, but I'll have to take the tires off at first.
Tell me, Professor. Yeah? Did you like Alaska?
Ah, yes. Wonderful place, Alaska. You know, Hope, I followed the Alaskan customs easily. I got so that I even tried whale meat.
Yes, I know. I saw you one night struggling with that big hunk of blubber.
Sir, you are speaking of the woman I love.
So you had a lot of fun up there, huh?
Ah, yes. The first day I was in Alaska, I met a lovely girl, and I sure enjoyed kissing her. Even if she had a funny snout and dark, glistening skin and two long teeth sticking out of her mouth.
Colonna, you fool. That was a walrus you kissed.
A walrus? Egad, so that explains why your mustache was longer than mine.
Come on, Miss Ray. Go back and stick your head back in the icebox. And now to Washington, D.C., and Rear Admiral Louis E. Dunfeld, Acting Chief of Naval Personnel. Take it away, Washington.
In October of 1941, the War and Navy Departments jointly requested the organization of Camp Shows Incorporated in its present form. Since that time, many thousands, even millions of naval personnel, including the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard, have been privileged to hear the entertainers who are so familiar to the American radio audience. Realization of the privilege has helped to maintain the ties with home which naval personnel place so highly in rating the assets of life in a democracy. These entertainers whom you hear on this program have been to the far corners of the earth for the sole purpose of bringing joy to the hearts of men whose lives are otherwise filled with the reminders of war. In addition, many who cannot appear on this program have given their services. These services have been contributed gratis when the individual could afford to do so. But gratis or not, the same generous spirit has been common to all. The entire entertainment world of radio, stage, and screen has combined to contribute its bit to reminding the serviceman or woman that the American people are grateful for the service he or she is performing. In the background of this picture, but essential part thereof, are the musicians, the writers, the stage hands, the costume designers, and the many other unseen workers who contribute to make camp shows the great success that it is. The entertainment varies from the one-man show to a fair-sized company, and all are received with enthusiasm at home and abroad. These groups are being maintained in spite of the demands which war makes on the manpower of the entertainment world as well as on all other professions. The entertainers and workers deserve the gratitude of the Navy, and it is my pleasure to extend to them and to camp shows on this Thanksgiving Day the thanks of every man and woman who wears the uniform of the United States Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard.
Thank you, Admiral Denfeld. Take it away, Hollywood.
To the stirring rhythm of the military drums marches yet another squad of soldiers in Greasepaint. As they approach, we can make out the rollicking features of Andy Devine, the elfin smile of Jimmy Burke, and the lovely, lively figures of Jinx Falkenberg and Faye McKenzie. Here, indeed, is a detail of veteran entertainers who have brought joy and spiritual comfort into the hearts of our boys everywhere. Listen.
Detail! Ho! Miss Falkenberg, Miss McKenzie, Jim Burke, I hold in my hand a citation from headquarters. Citation for each of you for your work in the Army camps of America and your appearances in the war zones overseas. Miss McKenzie.
Thank you, Andy. Although I'm sure I don't know what we've...
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dance in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing one of Harry Lauder's famous songs, The Wick-Wag Wiggle of the Kilt.
I'll never forget the day I went and joined the 93rd. The chums I used to run with said they thought I looked absurd. They saluted me and gathered round me in a ring. And as they wagged me tar to kilt, they all began to sing. He's a cobra, he's a laddie private Duck Brigade. There's nothing in a soldier like him in the Dutch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's got his built by the wiggle, waggle o' the kilt. Oh, I'm telling you, lads and lassies, there's nothing like the swell of the bagpipes and the wiggle of the kilt. Oh, boy. I'll never forget the day we were ordered on review. The king came down to see us and the queen was with him too. As I marched by the royal coach, the king just shook his head. The queen put on a royal specs and looked at me and said, he's a tall, broad, Highland laddie, Private Duck Brigade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built by the wiggle, waggle of the kilt. Oh, dear, he's too utterly. He's a barbara, heel and laddie, Private Duck Brigade. There's nothing other soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built by the wiggle, waggle o' the kilt. By the wag, wiggly waggle o' the kilt. Hoot, man!
Colgate Dental Cream sings us well. while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's the dead of night now as we look in on the little town of Weaverville. Nearly 10 p.m. And our young hero, Dennis Day, is walking home from a movie with his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson. The picture they've just seen has evidently affected Mildred a great deal, for only now, as they near the Anderson boarding house, does she break the silence she's maintained since they left the theater.
You know something, Dennis? I've been thinking.
I know, Mildred. I've been watching you and admiring.
It's that picture we just saw, the best years of our lives. Why, that could be the story of us, Dennis. Of your life and mine.
It could?
Oh, isn't the problem Dana Andrews had the same as yours? Didn't he come home from the war and have to take a job as a soda jerk just like you?
Yeah, but he can always earn $3,000 a week on the side as an actor.
That isn't what I mean, Dennis. Look at his marriage.
His marriage?
During the war, he got married in haste to a beautiful blonde with a gorgeous figure. When he came back and found out she wasn't his type mentally, he walked out on her.
I know. Lots of things happen in the movies that don't happen in real life.
But that's just it, Dennis. Unhappy marriages happen every day in real life. One of us could turn out to be exactly like that beautiful blonde in the picture.
Oh, I could never make it.
Dennis, I'm trying to get across a point.
Oh.
After Dana Andrews was married, he fell in love with Frederick March's daughter. The same thing might happen to you.
How could it? I don't even know Frederick March's daughter.
What I'm trying to say is, you might meet someone you like better than me after it's too late.
Oh, never.
Well, how do you know? Look, tonight as we sat watching that movie, you held my hand, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. Your perfume inflamed me.
All right. But have you ever sat in a darkened theater balcony with anyone else?
Sure.
And did you hold hands then?
No.
Why not?
He was a fella.
Dennis, tell me the truth. How many girls have you ever gone out with?
You mean altogether, counting you?
Yes.
1.
There, you see? That's the point I've been trying to make. You can't be sure you're really, truly in love with me because you've never had an opportunity to test your love.
But I don't have to test it. I'm sure of it.
You can't be until you take out other girls, too.
Well, I don't want to take out other girls, too, Mildred. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Why not?
Well, gee, you've got enough expenses now.
Well, it might be worth it to make certain.
No, Mildred. Other girls don't interest me in any way. I don't interest them.
Are you sure? Have you ever tried to meet another girl?
Well, I once dropped my handkerchief in front of one on the street.
Well, what happened?
She picked it up and blew my nose. I guess I'm just not easy to love.
Other girls don't know you like I do, Dennis. Someday that wonderful personality that's deep down inside of you will come bursting out, and every woman in town will fight to get you.
Gee, I hope you'll hide me till I get it back inside again.
Oh, I will.
Well, here we are at the house.
Yes. Maybe we better say good night out here, Dennis. The folks are sleeping.
All right. Mildred, that perfume you're wearing, it's... Mildred, could I mean, would you?
Yes, Dennis?
Would you shake hands good night with me?
Yes, Dennis. Good night.
Good night, Mildred. Chum. Good morning, Willoughby's drugstore. Oh, yes, Mrs. Willoughby. Huh? No, he isn't in yet. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll have him call you the minute he gets here. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Morning, Dennis.
Morning, Mr. Willoughby. Your wife just... Say, how come you're wearing hip boots and fishing clothes and got those two poles on your shoulder?
Yes.
You going fishing?
Good boy. Very first try.
Oh, anyone could have done it. Your wife wants you to call her right away, Mr. Willoughby. She says it's very important.
I kind of thought she'd be calling. That's why I'm going fishing. And I've already left, Dennis. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Trouble on the home front?
Plenty. My lodge had a banquet and meeting last night. The Bald Eagles, Nest 53. And I got home at 4 a.m. My wife didn't care particularly for the way I walked through our front door.
No?
No. She thinks I should have opened it first.
Gosh.
And that isn't all. Imagine what she'll say when she learns that we had a line of chorus girls to entertain us at the party. Women, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. Chorus girls always are.
You're so right. And if memory serves, I got rather friendly with one of the dear creatures in a perfectly harmless way, of course.
Oh, your wife wouldn't mind that. The average woman wants her man to test his love for her.
Oh, really? Well, my wife happens to be well below average.
I guess I'm luckier than you that way.
Undoubtedly. Now, if you'll run to the back of the store and make me up a few liverwurst sandwiches to take along, I'll be on my way.
Yes, sir. I'll have them right away for you, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my head. Why do I do these things?
Hello, little bald eagle.
Eep!
Remember me from last night, little old Dixie with the cute little Trixie?
Yes. Yes, indeed. How are you, friend?
Friend? That isn't what you called me last night.
All right. Snuggle poo.
That's better. Remember you told me to look you up sometime? Well, here I am.
Oh. Did I say that?
Uh-huh. A friend of mine snapped a picture at the party last night. I thought you might like to see it. Or perhaps your wife would.
Picture? A group picture?
Just you and me, sugar.
Why, that's a small group, isn't it? Were we close together?
I was sitting on your lap.
That's fairly close together.
Isn't it? It's such a nice picture, I want you to have it. That is...
If I pay for it.
Oh, you're a quick one. And after all, what's $50 to a man like you?
50?
Only a big drugstore and all.
No, wait a minute. I lied to you. I don't own the store at all.
Huh?
And I just work here. The real boss is... Say, if I put you next to a real sucker, will you give me that picture?
Who is he?
The head of the whole drug chain. Why, $50 is dirt with a guy like that. He's good for thousands. His name is Dennis Day. And he's right here in the store now.
Oh, a big tycoon, huh?
Yeah. Now, give me the picture.
Well, okay. But this guy better be all you say, sugar.
Oh, he is. Only don't be surprised if he seems a little puzzled or bewildered at first. He puts on a dopey act to fool people.
Oh, that's okay, honey. I prefer him dopey. I picked you out, didn't I?
Yes. Well, I hear him coming. I better get out of here. Good luck.
Here's your sandwiches all ready for you, Mr. Why, where's Mr. Willoughby?
Oh, who cares when there's a great, big, gorgeous hunk of stuff like you around? Love bundle.
Who? Me?
Are you a dreamboat? Come here, you beautiful stick of dynamite.
Who? Me?
I'll say, you really send me dream man.
Who? I?
Oh, now, beautiful. Is that all you can say to a girl? You can be nice. Come on. Try.
Would you care for a liverwurst sandwich?
Baby, can't you see this thing is too big for either of us? You're not going to fight it, are you?
I don't know. Am I mad at it?
Faye, don't you know what's happened?
I think I do. My personality's burst out.
I'll say it has.
I was warned that someday it would. You desire me, huh?
I can't live without you, gorgeous.
But I love another. At least I think I do. Say, this may be my chance to find out. Would you care to take part in a very interesting scientific test?
Well, if it's with you, yes. I want you for my own darling for always and always.
Be careful. This may be mere infatuation on your part, although I doubt it.
No. It's the real thing. I know it is. What do you feel for me, dearest?
Amazement.
Is that all? I'm not so hard to take, Dreamboat. Look me over carefully.
You are kind of pretty.
How about my figure lover boy?
It's quite female.
Thank you. Now, what's this test you're talking about?
Well, could you be at the Anderson boarding house around 8 tonight? We'll spend the evening just the way Mildred and I always do, listening to the radio. I'll know after that whether I love you or her.
Is that all you and this Mildred do when you're home alone? Listening to the radio?
Sure. When her folks are out, we can turn on any program we want to.
Well, I thought you and I might do something a little more exciting tonight, like playing games.
Okay. I'll have the Parcheesi board all set up.
Well, it's a date. And now can I use your phone, sweet star?
Oh, sure. There's one in the back of the store.
Thanks. I'll find it.
Hello.
Sam, this is Dixie. Listen, I got the prize sucker of all time.
Willoughby?
Better. A rich kid that's never been kissed or taken. Tonight he gets both.
We pull the old Badgie game, huh?
Right. I'll have in my arms at the Anderson boarding house on Elm. At 8:25, you rush in as the angry husband. We'll shake him down for every cent he's got.
Great, kid, great. I'll be there at 8:25 on the dot. Bye-bye.
Did you get your potty okay?
Oh, yes. I told my old gray-haired mother I'd be home a little late. Well, till tonight, brown eyes. You and I. All alone.
Gee. Say, I don't even know your name.
It's Dixie, honey. And after tonight, you'll remember it for a long, long time. Good night, you beautiful hunk of... Oh.
Gosh, Mildred may be right. These may be the best years of my life. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Willoughby. No, ma'am. He left for the mountains 10 minutes ago. Ma'am? No, he left for the mountains 10 minutes ago to go fishing, and he hasn't come back yet. What? Ooh, what you said. Huh? Oh, in case he calls, you'll be at Mrs. Anderson's house? Okay, Mrs. Willoughby, I'll tell him. Bye, Mrs. Willoughby. Gee, was she mad. I'm going to wash out my ears with soap.
Why, Grace Willoughby, what on earth do you want with Herbert?
Remember the Bonton department store contest?
Yes?
Well, a refrigerator was the prize for the best 25 words from a husband and wife on why I shop at the Bonton. Well, I won. They notified me this morning.
Oh, how wonderful. What did you send in?
Well, I couldn't seem to think of anything brilliant, so I just wrote, if we win, we will pay our bill. They seem to like it.
Well, what's Herbert got to do with all this?
Well, the Bonton wants a picture of the winning husband and wife.
No picture, no refrigerator. And where's my husband? Off fishing.
Well, can't they wait till he gets home?
The photographer's coming tonight so they can get out the publicity tomorrow. That's why I need Herbert.
But everyone at the Bonton knows Herbert, and they'll... Wait a minute. How about Dennis Day?
Dennis Day? Who'd believe I'm married to him? Besides, he'd blab it all over town.
Well, don't tell him what the picture's for. Flatter him into having it taken with you.
Flatter him?
Yes. You stay to dinner and tell the photographer to come over here right afterwards. And if he walks in and finds Dennis with his arms around you, he'll believe you two are married.
Well, I'll try it, but it's an awful thing to go through just to keep food cold.
Mr. Anderson, would you say I have a lure?
A lure, Dennis?
Yes, for one of the opposite sex. For instance, say a woman.
Well, you do look rather ravishing in your new Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Why do you ask?
Well, last night Mildred told me other women would go for me, and today in the store one did. And tonight at dinner, Mrs. Willoughby kept staring at me so strangely.
Maybe there's something irresistible about the way you chew.
I don't think that's it.
Oh, no? Well, what then?
I'm afraid I'm a femme fatale.
I doubt if you're the type, Dennis. However,
there you are, Dennis. Herbert, we'll go upstairs. I believe Mrs. Willoughby wants to be alone with Dennis.
See, Mr. Anderson, you better stay.
You're right, Dennis. I'm staying.
Herbert?
So long, Dennis. I'm leaving.
Come along, Herbert.
Lead the way, oh dream eternal.
Well, here we are, all alone. I guess you know that I like you a great deal, Dennis.
Well, here we go again.
Oh, but I do.
But you shouldn't, Mrs. Willoughby. You've got to fight it.
Fight it?
You're a married woman. You promised to love, honor, and cherish Mr. Willoughby. Start cherishing.
Why, Dennis, you seem to be under a false impression. I don't feel about you in that way at all.
You mean you're not in love with me?
No.
Is that possible?
It is. I think of you only as a very dear friend.
Oh, what do you know?
And I hoped you felt the same way toward me, Dennis, because there's a little favor you could do for me if you would.
Oh, sure, gladly.
Well, I want to have our pictures snapped together for sentimental reasons.
Okay, you get a picture of you and I'll get one of me and we'll snap them together.
I mean, I'd like a picture of the two of us taken together.
Oh, well, I guess that can be arranged.
Oh, good. You have no idea how worried...
Oh, someone at the door.
No, don't get up. I know who it is. It's someone I've been expecting. Put your arms around me, quick.
Huh?
I said put your arms around me.
Mrs. Willoughby, I'm getting that false impression again.
Dennis, will you stop arguing and kiss me?
Kiss you?
Yes. Put your lips to mine and yell, come in.
It won't come out very clear.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes. All right, I'll answer it.
Hello, I'm from the Bonton department store. Mrs. Willoughby told me to come to this address and take a picture, that right?
Yes. Yes. My husband's in the next room. Will you follow me, please? Dennis, this gentleman is a photographer.
Boy, you sure are a woman of action. Well, I'm ready.
You, huh? I thought you'd be a much older man.
Me? Oh, no, I've never been any older than this.
Would you make this just as fast as you can, please? We haven't got much time.
Yes, ma'am, I'm all set. Put your arms around her, sir, and hold her as close as possible.
But isn't that kind of intimate?
Sure, that's the idea.
But suppose my girlfriend sees it. What'll she think?
Well, Dennis, we won't worry about that.
Say, you're really broad-minded, lady.
Please, let's just get on with the picture. We don't have very much... Oh,
come in.
Dennis, darling.
Dixie.
Am I late?
Who's she?
Another girlfriend of mine, a different one.
Why ain't my family like this?
Dream boy, let's get rid of all these characters and listen to that radio. Mm-hmm.
Well, I like that.
Who's this old moose, gorgeous?
Dixie, please. This old moose happens to be my boss's wife.
Well, just take me in your arms, honey, and tell her to beat us.
Why, how dare you? I need Dennis, and I want him.
He's mine. I saw him first.
You did no such thing. I've known him for months.
Well, I won't give him up.
Gee, I'll never go out in public again without a mask on.
Dennis, tell this woman that you're mine.
Dennis, tell her you're mine.
I belong to all women, everywhere.
What would a sweet, intelligent boy like this want with a woman like you, anyway?
All I know is he's gorgeous, and I want him.
Well, he's much too fine a person to be fought over like this.
Yeah, I'm too fine a...
You shut up.
Excuse me.
That's kind of interesting, you know?
I won't give this boy up, and that's final.
Nor will I mean every word of it. What is all this noise I've been hearing?
Dennis Day, come here. I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson, but you'll have to wait your turn.
What?
Well, I have...
Dennis?
Mildred.
Hey, Bud, you're going to get in trouble. You got a monopoly.
What does all this mean, Dennis?
Mildred, it isn't my fault, honest. I've inflamed the mad desires of two women, and they can't control themselves.
Dennis, you mean you...
We should have sold tickets.
Oh, my gosh, it must be Sam.
Aha, you home wrecker. So I find you in a lonely rendezvous with 2 men and 4 women?
No, you, Sam, we're out of luck. Let's get out of here.
Well, say, come on.
I'm leaving, too. I should figure who's married to who in this setup.
Well, there goes my refrigerator, thanks to Dennis Day.
Me? Mrs. Willoughby, what
I shall speak to my husband about you, young man. Good night.
Mrs. Anderson, what is she...
Don't bother me. I'm going to bed.
Mildred, what are they...
Oh, women. Oh, you beast. You cat. I never want to see you again.
Mildred, Oh, gosh. Well, I might as well go to bed, too. In fact, there's nothing else I can do. I think my personality went in again.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a young man who has just had a door slammed in his face and who is now getting similar rough treatment from none other than Dan Cupid.
Well, no use hanging around a door that's been slammed in your face, Bud. No use me hanging around either.
Oh, wait a sec, Dan. Give me the pitch.
Your girl gave you that when she slammed the door in your face, pal. Your language of love, Bud, she said scram.
But how come both you and Mary dropped me like a hot potato? Come on, Cupid, give.
Okay, Careless, here it is. Your girl's gone, and I'm going. Because you ought to have a serious talk with your dentist.
And here's what Bud found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Life Can Be Beautiful.
Life can be beautiful. How do I know? Somebody beautiful just told me so. Life can be summertime when it's really so.
It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters. This is Vern Smith speaking and reminding you ladies to keep on saving cooking fats and oils. Use and reuse them as often as you can, and when they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget only far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Running a college is a serious responsibility, entailing as it does the care and mental feeding of some hundreds of future citizens. It's therefore a happy and therapeutic event when a president, in this case Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's head man, can come home to his lovely wife, in this case Victoria Hall, smiling and happy over an amusing incident. As he says...
Of course, it may be that the cares of my office and the familiarity with the usual daily routine make odd or amusing incidents seem odder and more amusing than they really are. But this one, I think I can stand the acid test of repetition.
Well, come on. Don't you stand giggling to yourself. What's it about?
Newts.
Newts? You mean hickory newts, wall newts, and cocoa-newts?
No. I'm not talking about nuts. I said newt.
Oh.
A newt is a batrachian, akin to the lizard and the salamander, found along the banks of streams.
Well, you'll excuse me if I don't care to meet any. With me, no newt is good newt.
Well, I admit they are not to be listed among nature's beauties, but for biologists, they hold a tremendous attraction because of their peculiar ability to recreate and regenerate lost parts of themselves, with legs, tails, and so on.
Why, the clever little things. Well, what happened about them that amused you so much?
Well, I met a student. A young Charles Goldring. Yes. Well, the last time I saw him, he was barely scraping by financially. Rather threadbare, always hungry, working long hours to pay his way. Now, he is resplendent in new clothes, a chartreuse convertible, and the big man on campus. He is a biology student. He collects newts.
Well, for goodness sake, come on, get to the plot.
Oh, it's a simple one, Vicky. Rags to riches. Well, it seems that he assumed that other science students might be interested in his collection. So he photographed them in color. Bought 5 minutes airtime on XYVY and offered copies of the photographs for sale. As I remember it, the sales talk was something like, special this week, newt photos in full color. He said it was a must for biology students.
Naturally, yes.
Well, young Goldring said he couldn't print them fast enough. He was amazed that so many students were students of biology. It just goes to prove, as John Haldane claimed, that science is vastly more stimulating to the imagination than are the classics.
Yes. Well, speaking of classics, Louisa is cooking you a surprise dessert for dinner.
Oh, something with a pronounced flavor of vanilla?
I think so. How did you guess?
Oh, my darling, that was no guess. All her desserts are flavored with vanilla. I think I shall send her an anonymous letter containing the facts of life about chocolate, maple, and cherry.
It's ominously quiet out in the kitchen, even for making dessert. I wonder, is it later than you think or earlier than I think?
Oh, I don't know, dear. I forgot to wind my watch last night, and I set it by dead reckoning this morning. I woke up, reckoning I was dead, and set the hand.
It must be nearly 4. Turn on the radio, Charlie. The campus station will give us the time.
All right. You know, we really should listen to our station more often.
Yes.
After all, it's the voice of Ivy, and we... That's a lovely voice. I wonder who she is.
That's a Schubert song, Die Forelle, the trout.
I wonder if it's a record.
Yeah.
A very mature voice. Fine music. Really lovely.
You have just heard a group of Schubert songs sung by Miss Marion Coulter, a major in the Ivy Department of Music. Miss Coulter was accompanied at the piano by Ray Turner, also of the music department.
Talent, huh?
Listen again next week at the same time when we present another in our series of afternoon concerts. It is exactly 4 o'clock by the library tower.
4 o'clock. There we are. Now we can synchronize the vanilla dessert with the library tower.
And now, station XIVY takes pleasure in presenting Professor Heelslip, head of the Department of English at Ivy College.
Oh, no!
Professor Heelslip's subject for this afternoon is hunting for humor in the sonnets of Shakespeare. Professor Heelslip is well known for his...
Hunting for humor in the... Now, really?
Well, Professor Heathcliff goes after jokes like some men go after big game. He must have a room filled with trophies of the chase. Poor, stuffed and mounted little witticisms staring down from the walls with glassy eyes and moth-eaten pelts.
Yes, with little brass labels on all of them saying, "This point was killed by Marvin Heathcliff."
Yes. But he means well.
Oh,
even
lucky you. Now, Louise, I'll have to answer the door and maybe spoil your nice vanilla dessert.
Won't I be ashamed if it turns out to be a vanilla dessert that I like? But really, doesn't the...
Mrs. Hall?
Ah, Professor Zeller, come in.
Professor Zeller, how nice to see you.
Thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Dr. Hall.
Oh, not at all. I sometimes regret that the music department functions so well. Such harmony deprives me of the chance to see you more often, Professor Zeller.
Yeah, but don't wait for discords to come and see us.
I won't. As a matter of fact, the reason I dropped by is that the department has just received a new recording of a Bartok string quartet, which I thought that you'd want to hear, Mrs. Hall. I've also brought along the score.
Oh, good. I love to follow the score when I listen to something new.
Well, you're not alone in that, Mrs. Hall. Any important musical contribution must say new things in the language of our time.
Yes, the old saying that familiarity breeds contempt is but a half-truth. It arises only when the object under study, whether an individual or a musical composition, reveals itself as empty and pretentious, and thus does breed contempt.
And when that kind of contempt is bred, it's awfully hard to get rid of the puppies.
Yes, but obviously, when the object turns out to have merit, then familiarity brings the rewards of a new and enriching experience. When, for instance, a new musical score is presented, if it is in too popular a vein, public familiarity may kill it with enthusiasm. If it is too esoteric, regardless of quality, acceptance may be so slow as to discourage the composer and become public domain before it... Professor, if I should accompany this lecture with colored slides and a piccolo obligato, do you think your music class could stay awake through it?
Oh, Dr. Hall, I was wondering if I could persuade you to give up your presidency and join the music department. I could use you.
Well, he probably faces the music oftener as president, Professor Zeller.
You know, my classically minded students consider me to be a partisan of modern music, as my modern-minded ones consider me an enthusiast of the classics. I am guilty on both counts.
Well, there are those who believe the three Bs, Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms, took the last of the honey from the hive and left it to the sterile drones. Though, of course, when I was a boy studying piano, I always referred to the three M's.
The three M's?
Yes, dear, Mendelssohn, Mozart, and me.
Oh, really? By the way, Professor, we just had one of your music students on the Ivy station, and she has a lovely voice.
Yes. Her name was Marion Coulter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, Marion Coulter. Oh, she's such an excellent musician, Dr. Hall. It's a pity.
A pity?
Well, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, last week she told me she was giving up music at the end of this semester. I couldn't get her to tell me why. She's not returning to Ivy next term, and I confess I'm completely baffled.
Well, could it be some romantic trouble, do you think?
No, I don't think so.
A financial problem, perhaps?
Well, I know that she recently helped another student who needed money, so that doesn't sound logical.
What could it be?
Well, she was very gay and lively when she first came to us as a transfer student, but during the past year, she's become more and more quiet and subdued. She seems to have pulled back into some sort of a shell. Dr. Hall, I wish you'd try to talk to her.
Yes, let's invite her over and tell her how much we enjoyed her singing, huh?
Perhaps we should. After all, when I became dean of the college, wonderful old Dean Martin of the graduate school said to me, "William, one of the most difficult things you're going to have to learn in dealing with the students is to distinguish between idle curiosity and necessary inquiry. As an administrator, you must never use one as an excuse for the other."
Oh, did you say said that, Dean Martin?
Yes, dear.
Dean Martin of Martin and Lewis?
No. No, my love. This was Everard Martin.
Oh, Everard.
Yes, he was dean of the graduate school. A humorist, perhaps, but not a comedian.
Voice of America is bringing you the presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, Dr. Hall is just arriving at his home at number 1 Faculty Road.
Vicky, where are you? Your breadwinner has returned.
Hello, breadwinner. Did you win a lot of bread today?
Ah, that's my love. That is a question which opens the oven door on a lot of half-baked puns. Such as kneading the dough, too much crust, and so forth. And, of course, the faded placard to be seen in a million sandwich shops. As you wander on through life, brother, whatever be your goal, keep your eye upon the donut.
And not upon the hole.
I commend you, my love, on your familiarity with the classics.
Well, thank you, Todd. Oh, you're wearing a poppy.
Yes, Poppy Day, my darling. I bought this from the American Legion, and here is one for you, purchased just to be non-partisan from the veterans of foreign wars. There you are, my dear, with love, a Poppy. From Poppy to Mommy.
Well, thank you, Poppy. How was the board meeting?
As usual. Clarence Wellman was in one of his large economy-sized moods. Hendricks was affable and full of charming, idiotic non-sequiturs. Wilson found the water cooler lacking in cups and spent the full time trying to fashion one out of a sheet of letter paper. Result, a wet necktie and an unsatisfied thirst. And a motion, seconded but defeated, that future stationery orders be made contingent on the waterproof quality of the paper. Mr. Merriweather was absent.
Well, that takes care of the fun and frolic. How about the business? Did the chemistry department get its new lab?
Yes, but the moot point, as always, was the sum to be spent. Mr. Wellman seems to labor under the delusion that fully equipped chemistry laboratories can be readily acquired at ladies' aid rummage sales, police auctions, or 10-cent stores.
Must have been quite a jam session.
No, not with Clarence. No, he follows the Red Queen's famous rule. Jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. And music reminds me. Did Marion Coulter call?
Yes, she did. She got your message, and I asked her to drop by here at 5 o'clock. Have you found out anything more about her?
Yes, and it all fits into the same baffling picture. She moved out of the dorm at the beginning of this semester and took a room by herself in one of the approved private houses. Mr. Everts, her faculty advisor, reports the same unexplained general retreat from...
Now, that must be Marion. Louise, I'll get it.
Vicky, if the girl isn't disposed to talk, I'm not going to impose upon her. After all, I must respect a person's... Oh, Mr. Merriweather. Welcome home. Come in.
Well, hello, Bert.
Hello, Mr. Merriweather. How nice to see you.
Ma'am, if all your pupils are as glad to see you and your husband as mine are, you have a happy little college.
Well, sit down, Charles, and give an account of yourself. You were AWOL for our faculty follies last week. We needed you.
You heard about our follies, didn't you, Mr. Merriweather?
Yes, I did, ma'am, but I'd have been no help at all. No talent, Charlie, that's me. When I was 10 years old, I could lay a fork against a spoon and flip the spoon into a water tumbler. But it never seemed to get me anywhere socially.
I hope that wherever your trip took you, you were compensated for what you missed.
Well, I wouldn't call it compensation, Bill. More like computation. I was settling a little income tax matter in Washington, D.C., and just got back. I didn't get much back. But these days, anything is something.
Well, they're used to complaints, Mr. Merriweather. The seat of any government is the place to register the kicks.
But the best part of Washington, D.C. is that you don't get shot in the morning for kidding about it. It's our own front yard. And if it gets full of weeds, who owns the lawnmower? We do. And if you're the kind of sentimental peasant that I am, you get a little misty-eyed at the flag over the Capitol Dome, and you get pretty choked up at the Lincoln Memorial, and a lump in your throat at the tomb of the unknown soldier. That's when you begin to realize that in Washington there may be things that are hard to swallow, but it's when you find it hard to swallow that you know it's a great country.
In next year's Faculty Follies, there will be top billing for Merriweather and his marvelous monologues.
Well, with that, I will make my exit as quickly and gracefully as possible while I still... now, how's that for timing? 1 in, 1 out.
I'm sorry I have an appointment, Charles. I would enjoy hearing more of your impressions of Washington.
More? Bill, you're a glutton.
Oh, come right in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello. You're Marion Coulter, aren't you?
Yes.
My wife, Mrs. Hall, and this is Mr. Charles Merriweather.
How do you do? I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Young lady, I don't think anybody else is sorry. Well, goodbye, all. Glad to have met you, Miss Coulter.
Goodbye,
Mr.
Charles.
Merriweather. Yes. Now, please sit down, Marion, won't you?
Thank you.
And thank you for responding so quickly to my note.
Oh, it was a very nice note, Dr. Hall. I hoped my broadcast would bring at least one fan letter. But I certainly didn't expect one from the president.
Well, you deserved it.
And having met your voice, Dr. Hall and I decided we wanted to meet you, too. Have you been studying long, Marion?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hall. I decided I wanted to be a singer a long time before my voice was ready for it. It's been my whole life.
Professor Zeller has told us that you were thinking of leaving the department. And Ivy. We're very sorry to hear it.
Mrs. Hall, it...
You needn't tell us unless you wish to, Marion. But Mrs. Hall and I would like to help you if we can.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, if you don't, then don't.
But I want to. I want to talk to somebody. Mrs. Hall, since last Christmas, I've been wearing a hearing aid.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
Well, it's pretty well concealed under my hairdo. But I know it's there, even if other people don't see it.
How hard these things die. Remember the resistance to eyeglasses? Now they have become a kind of costume jewelry.
Yes, getting so that it almost seems indecent not to wear them. I mean, going around with bare eyelids.
And when you give someone something to read and they say, just a moment till I put on my glasses, why, you think nothing of it. Isn't that true?
Well, yes.
But then why shouldn't one be able to say just as easily, just a moment while I turn up my hearing aid?
One should, of course. You're perfectly right. But I'm a singer. So how can I think of going on in music when I'll never be sure just what I'm singing?
But you're a musician, Marion. And you should know the history of a man who, although unable to hear his greatest works, fulfilled his obligations as a creative artist until the moment of his death.
Yes, Beethoven. But I'm not a composer.
Yeah, but if you feel insecure on the concert stage, there are many other things you can do.
But what, Mrs. Hall? What can I do?
Let me answer the question with a question. Why do you sing on the radio?
Well, I guess because loving music, I want other people to enjoy it, too. I want to share it with them.
Marion, you've just expressed the sense of communication of a born teacher. To know something and to wish to share that knowledge.
So why leave music? Stay with it and teach it.
Well, I suppose that's the thing for me to do. After all, as someone said, those who can do. Those who cannot teach.
Oh, that's a statement I find both inaccurate and flippant. Teaching is an art, a gift. Have you ever tried to explain a difficult idea to a group of very different human beings, people who want very much to understand you and whose understanding you must reach?
No, I haven't.
Well, you tried one way, no response, a row of blank faces. Then you come at the idea from a different direction. There's a quickening of interest, but you know you're not there yet. The third or fourth or fifth time, you hit on something which is a link between what they already know and what you are trying to tell them. Then the eyes suddenly light up. They smile and nod at each other, or sometimes they frown and challenge you angrily. But you have touched them. You've broken through, communicated. Then you are Lieutenant Rosen, delivering the message to Garcia. You've reached Nome with the theorem. You're Lindbergh, landing in Paris.
And Tallulah with a big curtain line.
Oh, you make it sound really exciting.
Believe me, Marion, teaching is one of the most important and dramatic of careers. As Henry Adams once said, a teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops.
That's a wonderful concept. And I'm very grateful to you both. You've given me a great deal to think about. I already know one thing. I'm not leaving Ivy.
Well, good.
It is really up to me now, isn't it?
Yes. Sound is merely a matter of receiving vibrations, Marion.
And when you start responding to the vibrations of a student audience, you'll be hearing some wonderfully satisfying music.
And you'll still see your name in lights, shining from the eyes of 1,000 grateful youngsters. Life will acquire a new flavor. A flavor that... Victoria, is Louisa cooking that fragrance, is it
Yes, dear, it's vanilla.
that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga boo, ugga.
Cloaks the countryside, and throughout Mel Blanc's little town, amorous young couples are sitting in front of warm fireplaces. In the Adams household, we hear Shirley Adams saying,
"Why are you getting up, Henry?"
"Put another log on the fire, Shirley."
And in the Brown household, Ann Brown is saying,
"Why are you getting up, George?"
"Well, I'm just going to stir up the ashes a little, Ann."
And in the Colby home, where Betty has been sitting in front of the fireplace with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
"Why are you getting up, Mel?"
"Well, the fire's out and it's cold. I'm going home, Betty."
Well, Betty persuaded Mel to stay. Time passed, the fire grew warmer, and Betty said,
"Mel, let's hold hands."
"All right, but I think it's silly."
"No, Mel, not your hands, mine."
"All right, you hold your hands and I'll hold mine." "Betty, this year I'm going to make your father have respect for me. This is going to be a blank year. I'm going to be a big man, and the fix-a-chump is only the beginning. Already I'm working on an invention that'll do away with nylons. In fact, it'll wear 1,000 times longer than nylons.
Mel, what is it?
Empty salami casings."
Mel, who would wear a salami casing?
A salami.
Now, the first night we were alone in the parlor and you spent it talking about a delicatessen. 2 hours wasted.
You're right, Betty. Let's go to the movies.
Oh, no. Let's stay here and dance.
Hey, that's a swell idea, Betty. I'll put a record on a phonograph.
Yeah. Oh, Mel, be careful how you handle those records.
Oh, don't worry. Say, here's an old cracked one. Enrico Caruso, Pagliacci.
Oh, be very careful with that one. It's a very old record. Only 10 people in the country still have one.
There's only 9 now.
You'd better not joke. That rare record is one of Father's prized possessions. And when he finds out, you know what he'll do?
Well, don't worry, Betty. Your father won't play this record for a long time, so I'll rush right over to the fix-it shop, glue it together, and be back before your father can say, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body. Let me see now. This last piece goes in here. Got the record glued together now. Oh, wait, this can't be right. It came out square. I'll take it apart again. This time I'll put it into a frying pan so it comes out round. Ooh, holy cat, here comes Mr. Colby now. I better put the record in back of the counter. Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mel.
I see you're bringing the electric fan back. Didn't I make it run fast enough?
You made it run too fast. When I turned it on at the supermarket, the fan took off. Yes. Went right through the pickle barrel and landed in the bakery department.
Well, was anybody hurt?
No.
Then what are you angry about?
Well, how many people do you know that'll buy chocolate-covered dill pickled cake? I'm not really angry, Mel. In fact, I'm very happy. I'm finally getting a new refrigerator for my supermarket.
Oh, that's wonderful. How'd you manage to get it?
Well, it's a funny coincidence. It seems the distributor out here is a music lover. And I promised him that tonight I'd let him hear my very rare Caruso record. In fact, I might even give it to him if he...
Imagine that. Getting a refrigerator just for a Caruso. A record?
That's right. A record.
A record. Oh, you mean record. I thought you meant record.
Is something wrong, Mel?
Oh, why, Mr. Colby? What makes you say that?
Well, for one thing, your face just turned green.
That. Oh, that's the latest fad. You wear your skin to match your suit.
Your suit's brown.
How do you like that? I put on the wrong skin this morning.
Well, Mel, I've got to pick up Mr. Grimes at the distributor. But meanwhile, you can fix this fan, and I may develop a soft spot in my heart for you. Well, goodbye.
Uh-oh. If he ever finds out what I fixed, he'll develop a soft spot in my head. Gosh, I gotta fix this record fast and beat Mr. Colby over to his house. Well, if it isn't Mr. Pochnik, the piano teacher. Hello, Mr. Pochnik.
Hello, Mel Nothing.
Mel Nothing?
Oh, excuse me. Mel Blanc.
Well, look, Mr. Pochnik, I have your calendar on the wall.
Oh, yes, the calendar with President Truman on it. That says, play the piano and become president in 10 years less.
Yeah, did it get you any new pupils?
No, but since I put it up, I got a dozen new friends from Missouri trying to tell me how to run my business.
Well, by the way, Mr. Pochnik, did you ever have any luck getting a house for yourself?
Well, you know, Mel, for 3 years I was in uniform.
Yeah, but I told you, Mr. Pochnik, they don't give priorities to Western Union men.
I tell you, Mel, I was so desperate last year, I told my real estate agent, get me anything, an apartment, a barn, a garage. I even take a cottage in Cucumber Manga. So last week, he finally called and said he had a flat.
A flat? Are you living in it?
What living in? It was a flat tire. He wanted to...
Well, it's too bad, Mr. Pochnik, but if you don't mind, I've got to put together this broken record.
Oh, just a second, Mel. I have to play at the wedding tonight, and I want you to fix by me my flute.
Well, I don't have any time now, but, well, maybe I can fix it in a second. What's wrong?
Give a listen and audition.
Well, no wonder it don't play right. The strings are missing. I'll have to fix it in a second.
Careful how you're fooling your arms. That ain't a piece of plumbing.
Oh, I got it fixed. Try it now.
Maybe it is a piece of plumbing.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Pochnik. I got to go now. I'm in trouble enough.
No. Better you should stay here and fix for me my flute. This beautiful instrument can easily become a deadly weapon, you know.
Well, first let me take care of something, Mr. Pochnik. Oh, Zuki!
I got to get by that wedding.
Oh, hello, Mr. Pochnik.
Now, look, Zuki, I want you to catch up to Mr. Colby and keep him away from his home until I get there.
Now fix by me my flute.
Well, you can depend on me. You can depend on me. I shall be overjoyed to assist you out of your precarious predicament. Did I say that? Well, go on now.
Oh, Mr. Potchnick, give me that flute. Gosh, if I don't get there in time, Mr. Colby will kill me. And if I don't fix this flute, you'll be mad. That's right, Mel. You are in between the devil and the deep Black Sea.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
When you shoot for success and miss your aim, a breath of trouble may be to blame. Yes, a breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, is a definite handicap. Could it be that you're a victim? Many are and don't know it. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and their arrangement of Nellie Bly.
I will play and sing for you the sweetest melody. Oh, Nellie, won't you listen while I sing to thee? Nellie Bly, bring the broom along. We'll sweep the kitchen clean, my dear, and have a little song. Oh, Nellie has a voice
like a turtle dove,
and when she sings so pretty, like
my heart just drips with love.
Drip, 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 hi, hi, Nellie, ho, ho, Nellie. Listen, lady, love to me, to me. I will play and sing for you the sweetest melody. Oh, Nellie, won't you listen while I play for thee? So tongue-tied, my mind to hear the hoot, Nellie. Hi, hi, Nellie, ho, ho, Nellie. Listen, lady, love to me, to me. I will always love you till the day I die. Oh, sweet, sweet Nellie Bly.
Me for you, kid.
Hi, ho, Nellie, hi, ho.
Mel has broken Mr. Colby's rare Caruso record and has to repair it before Mr. Colby gets home. But meanwhile, he's being detained in his fix-it shop by Mr. Potchnick, whose flute he is repairing.
Please, Mr. Potchnick, if I don't get to Mr. Colby's house, he'll kill me. And if you don't fix by me my flute, that pleasure will be mine. But the flute is fixed. Well, why didn't you told me? Give it me. I try it now. Just like new. How'd you like it? Well, it don't play, but it sure cools off the play. Give me that flute. I'll take it back and fix it myself. Oh, now look who's here, my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Well, Mr. Cushing, how's every old thing?
Mel, if you mean my wife, she's fine.
In fact, when I left home, she was calling up the newspaper to put in an ad for a new maid.
Well, what happened to the old maid?
I quit.
Mighty potentate, don't tell me you were the maid in your house.
Well, it might as well be known. When you hear a voice on the telephone saying, "Hello, monsieur, this is the Cushing residence," that's me.
Well, don't you ever have any help in your house?
Oh, yes. We used to have an upstairs maid and a downstairs maid. But my wife got suspicious.
Well, what made her get suspicious?
I was always out of breath.
Your wife must have really told you off.
She's still shouting, "Yarata, yarata, yarata." You know, Mel, last night I walked by the night table where her false teeth were resting, and from sheer force of habit, they snapped at me.
Well, mighty potentate, didn't you have any idea what you were getting into when you got married?
No, Mel, but I should have had an inkling when the preacher made an unintentional mistake.
What happened?
He said, "I now sentence you, man and wife." You know, Mel, that part where the preacher says, "If anyone knows why this couple should not be married, speak now." I sat around for 3 days listening to arguments.
Well, mighty potentate, you may have been unlucky, but other married men are happy, aren't they?
Ha! Well, when you're young, they tell you marriage is the union of two hearts, two minds, two souls.
Well, isn't it?
Wait till you have to pay those union dues. So long, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga.
Did you hear that? I got the few notes out.
Please, Mr. Potchnick, I gotta leave now. I gotta take this Caruso record back to Mr. Colby's house.
Just a second, Mel. Where you go, I go. I got to play that wedding, and without this flute, I'm a dead shazlik.
Well, come on.
You know, Mel, I have that cushion. It's terrible when you don't get along with your wife. Reminds me of my first wife, Sonia. We went on a diet together. I was very fat, and she was very thin. In 1 month, I lost 60 pounds.
Well, what happened to your wife?
She disappeared completely.
And that's what's going to happen to me if I don't get there in time.
I thought you'd never get here. Dad told me about Mr. Grimes. Have you got the Caruso record?
Yeah. Oh, Betty, meet Mr. Potchnick.
Mr. Potchnick?
Hello, girlie. Mel, you better hurry up and fix by me the flute. I'm late for that wedding. They must be up to the chicken by now. I already missed the borscht.
Please, Mr. Potchnick. As soon as I put this record away.
Oh, right next to the Galacurci record, Mel. That's the way Daddy always keeps them.
Okay, Betty. Gosh, I'm so nervous I can hardly see what I'm doing. Oh, no. Somebody say something.
I don't care about the chicken, even the borscht, but I do hate to miss that dessert. Oliver, maybe.
Mel, you broke the Caruso record and the Galacurci record.
Betty, I'm going to kill myself.
First, you got to fix by me the flute.
Well, here comes Father up the steps with Mr. Grimes.
Oh, wait a second. I got an idea. Hide those records. I'll get behind the curtains and I'll sing Caruso and Galacurci myself. I can do it. Oh, no. I haven't got an orchestra.
Mal, what are you talking about? These are old records. They only had one accompanist. I'll play by me the flute.
The flute. That's it. Betty, when you want me to sing, just say the word start. All right, come on, Mr. Potchnick, behind the curtain.
Come here, Mr. Grimes. Oh, Betty, I want you to meet Mr. Grimes.
Hello, Mr. Grimes.
Oh, hello, Miss Colby. I can hardly wait to hear Caruso and Galacurci in all their glory.
All right. Well, first I'll put on the Caruso record.
Oh,
huh?
let me do it for you, Father.
Oh, well, thank you, Betty. Let's sit here, Mr. Grimes. Oh, now, you mustn't forget the Caruso record has a slight crack in it.
Crack or no crack, there's nothing like the masters.
All right, now. The record is ready to start.
the record. Put the Gallic-Curchi one on, will you?
Yes. All right, Father. Now, Gallic-Curchi is ready to start.
Do hear the gentle laugh.
Never sounded like this before. Betty, put the Caruso record back on.
It's all right, Father. Now, I'll start again.
Caruso or Spike Jones. Mr. Grimes, these records are very old. Betty, put on the Gallic-Curchi record again.
It's all right, Father. I hope you know what you want me to start.
Lo, hear the gentle
Well, something's happened to these records. Mr. Grimes, wouldn't you rather hear a new recording of mine? Wouldn't you?
Father, no.
Betty, please put on Arturo Toscanini and the Philharmonic playing the Tchaikovsky Concerto.
Toscanini and the
Go on,
Philharmonic.
Betty, do as I say now.
Well, I'll start it.
Well, this is a bad day for Toscanini, too. Miss Colby, I'm leaving.
Oh, but Mr. Grimes, so soon?
Yes, this is as good a time as any for me to start.
Stop that thing! Something's wrong here. Wait a minute. Who's behind that curtain? Why, Mel Blanc!
Now, Mr. Colby, I can explain
Mel
everything.
Blanc, what have you got to say?
Mr. Colby, meet Mr. Pochnik.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Pochnik, meet Mr. Colby.
Hello.
Mr. Grimes,
Now, wait a minute. Mel Blanc, for the last time, I'm going to break every bone in your life.
Gosh, Betty, isn't it surprising how everything worked out so nicely?
Oh, yes, Mr. Grimes is getting Father a refrigerator, and he's even replacing the records you broke.
And he asked me to wait here on the porch for him. I wonder what he wants.
Oh, here he comes now.
Mel, my boy, I've really enjoyed this evening. By the way, you know that I'm a music lover, and in my travels I meet a lot of other music lovers. Yes, and now there's something I would like very much to know. Will you excuse me, Miss Colby?
Tell me, Mel, if it's that way you do it. Oh, is that all, Mr. Grimes? Well, it's simple. You put your hands together, you pucker up your lips, and you go...
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Do you think that a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, could be holding you back? Do you think this is the reason you're not as popular as you'd like to be? Well, then, why not do this? Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice of any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton providing you the Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
There is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils, so ladies, won't you please save every drop of fat that you can? Put it in a tin and turn it in. Your butcher will gladly pay you a high price for it. The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Bert Lahr, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Finley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar saying hello for your friendly Ford dealer. And here's a hello from his Ford-trained mechanics, too. They're the men you know who do the expert work you can always count on when you bring your Ford back home for service. To help them do a better, faster job, they use special labor-saving Ford equipment. They work by factory-approved methods, and they know the value of using genuine Ford parts, made right, to fit right, and last longer. That's why the best service can cost less at your Ford dealers. It's why you save time, save trouble, and save money when you bring your Ford back home for service. Well, it's Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen, driving up in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, gee whiz. I was held up in traffic, Portland. I guess I'm a little late, or didn't you notice?
Oh, I've been reading this magazine.
Oh, the Cosmopolitan.
Mm-hmm. There's a story about your program.
Well, I know the fellow who wrote that, Joe McCarthy, hung around with us for a whole week.
He tells how you work with the writers, how you make up the jokes, how you put the program on the radio. Mama says the story only leaves out one thing.
What one thing?
It tells how you do it, but it doesn't tell why you do it.
Well, millions of people who own radio sets are asking the same question, Portland.
Mama says radio is disappearing.
Radio is disappearing?
On account of television.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, Mama says since she got her television set, she hasn't turned on her radio.
Why not?
Mama says after looking at television, her eyes are so blurred, she can't find the radio to turn it on.
Oh, I think that's happening all over. But speaking of television, there was a rumor around that Milton Berle wasn't on this last week.
100 saloons closed down. Milton Berle had virus X.
X? He can't spell pneumonia, hey?
He must have been pretty sick.
Well, I don't know how a germ can even get at Berle. He has enough mold on his jokes to make his own penicillin. To live to see the day Berle gets applause on this program. It must have been a recording someone sneaked in. Well, what's new this week, Portland?
Grover Whalen says that the city of New York should advertise itself.
You mean like on the radio with jingles?
Yes. Now, I wrote a poem about New York.
No kidding. How does the poem go?
New York's the greatest city. By 2 rivers it is bound. It has the highest buildings and 3 subways underground. It has more theaters, shops, and stores, 1 million worthwhile sights. If you don't know where New York is, it's a suburb of Jackson Heights.
Well, before Grover Whalen closes in on the 2 of us and beats us to death with a gardenia, I think I'll go along and get the paper.
Let's take a walk down Main Street.
All right, let's go.
What does the paper say?
Well, this page here, you see, has pictures of the dog show. Look.
That astounding with a bird dog.
Well, how do you know it's a bird dog?
It's giving the man one.
Oh, I just thought the dog's tongue was hanging out. I didn't realize what it was doing. Say, here's something. Look, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says that the cost of living has fallen for the third month in a row.
Do you think people have noticed that prices are dropping?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people now as we're walking along Main Street. This man with the bat wing tie, who is carrying the rest of the bat in his hand. Pardon me, Bud.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name, son. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well,
don't hold me up, son. What's on your mind? I'm busy eating a fly trying to float in a glass of Alka-Seltzer.
You're busy?
Yeah, I've been going to night school, studying Russian.
Studying Russian?
Stalin invited the president over to Moscow.
Say, I read that the president turned down that invitation. Why, Senator?
Harry don't want to leave Washington, son.
Well, why not?
Harry had enough trouble getting there.
Well, tell me, why did Stalin invite the president to Russia?
The Republicans say Stalin wants to congratulate Harry. He's got the whole country in the red.
Well, do you think Russia's making any progress?
Well, they're trying, son, but they ain't got the know-how.
No?
This week, the first washing machine come out in Moscow.
Really?
Yeah, but nobody in Russia can use it.
Why can't the Russian people use the washing machine?
No soap.
I see. Well, Senator, about our question, why are prices coming down?
It's them radio quiz shows, son. People are getting too much stuff for nothing.
Oh.
Half of the people in the country got flat feet.
Flat feet from what?
Standing by for the giant jackpot.
Well, do you think prices will keep falling, Senator?
Yes, son. You can quote me. Prices will keep falling.
Why?
Big business is going to take a licking.
Oh.
When I was a little boy, my daddy used to take me out to the woodshed.
Yeah?
That's where I learned.
In the woodshed, how could you learn about prices falling?
Son, when you're going to take a licking, something's got to come down.
Say, Portland, look across. Look at that crowd outside of Carnegie Hall.
Oh, Mama had tickets for tonight, but she isn't going.
Well, why not?
The ad said, for the entire evening, Horowitz will be at the Baldwin.
At the Baldwin, huh?
Mama said, why should she pay to see some man sitting all night with an apple?
Yes, better he should be there with his Macintosh in case it rained later. Hey, look who just turned the corner.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you are as white as a sheet.
I'm whiter than most sheets.
Been ailing?
Yeah, I'm just getting over a spell of ptomaine.
Oh, well, where did you pick up the ptomaine?
Why, the Achieve and Chatter Club, they had to do.
The Achieve and Chatter Club, eh?
Yeah, they cooked up a squirrel stew.
Uh-huh.
When I got my plate, I saw something in the stew.
You saw something in the stew?
And I think it saw me.
When you finished eating the squirrel stew?
It felt like the squirrel come to life and was burying things in my stomach.
You were upset?
Yeah. I took a stiff jolt of elderberry wine.
Yes?
I got higher than a tomcat's back.
You did, Harry.
While Miss Arthur Dixon was singing Don't Leave Your Mother When Her Hair Turns Gray,
yes,
I started singing Peeking Through the Knothole in Grandma's Wooden Leg.
Yes?
And I heard somebody saying, Moody has got a skinful.
Moody's got a skinful, eh?
Next thing I knowed, I woke up. It was the next day, and over my bed, Miss Moody had hung a picture of Carrie Nation.
Fine. Well, tell me, Titus, what about, wrong generation. Tell me, Titus, what about this trend? Prices dropping, people saving money.
Oh, money don't mean nothing to me.
It doesn't?
No, I always do like my brother Huber.
Yeah?
Huber's a politician up in the woods of Maine.
Politician, eh?
Yeah, Huber never has any money.
Well, how's he get along?
Well, every winter, Huber, he kills a deer.
Yes?
If Huber owes people, he pays them, passing out deer meat.
Oh, he uses deer meat for money.
Yeah, Huber's like the rest of the politicians.
How?
He lives by passing the buck. So long, but...
Well, let's walk faster, Portland. I think it's getting colder out.
Look who just came out of the Capitol Theater.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
Say, which way is a drugstore?
A drugstore?
I'm needing an aspirin.
Why do you need an aspirin?
There is no escaping.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Slowly, I'm going crazy.
What's wrong?
Every morning, I'm turning on my radio.
Yes?
It's coming on Arthur Godfrey.
Arthur Godfrey?
At night, I'm turning on my television set.
Yes?
Coming on Arthur Godfrey. Today, finally, I'm saying to myself, Pansy, get out of the house. Go to a movie.
Yes?
This way you are escaping Arthur Godfrey.
What happened?
I'm going into the Capitol Theater.
The Capitol Theater?
I'm sitting nicely in a seat, shucking mine Hershey bar.
After you had finished shucking your Hershey bar?
Suddenly it is the stage show.
Yes?
Who is coming out on the stage?
Who?
Who do you think?
Step and fetch it?
He's coming on second.
Well, who came on first?
Arthur Godfrey.
Now, wait a minute. Enough with Godfrey, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, have you noticed that prices are lower?
On account of low prices, mine husband Pierre is getting Virus Max.
Virus Max, eh? Well, how do you mean on account of low prices?
Well, Pierre is running a fur business.
Yes?
Monday, Pierre is having a markdown sale.
Markdown, huh?
Tuesday, he's cutting the markdown prices.
Yes?
Wednesday, he is slashing the cut prices.
Oh.
Thursday, Pierre is selling furs all day outside on the sidewalk.
Yes?
Well, it's raining and Pierre is catching the Virus Max.
But what was Pierre doing selling furs outside on the sidewalk?
Prices finally is so low.
Yes?
Pierre is ashamed to be seen in the store.
Oh, I see. Good night, Mrs. Nussbaum. Well, after looking at these characters, Portland, Main Street should really put on a straitjacket.
You haven't found out anything about lower prices, have you?
Well, not yet. I tell you what I'll do, though. I'll try one more passerby. This little man carrying the long swizzle stick for a cane. Hi, Cobber.
You know, get your hands off me. I'll take you out to a time. What's the
What do you do? Ajax Double Voice Cassidy.
It isn't Doodles Weaver, me boy.
Ajax, you're all dressed up again this week.
Oh, sure. I'm the Adolph Monju at 3rd Avenue.
Oh, really?
I'm always setting styles.
Setting styles,
I was the first man in the Easter Parade to wear broccoli for a boutonniere.
I didn't know that.
I was the first man with a full dress suit to wear black spats and bare feet.
I didn't know that either. But tell me, why are you dressed up today?
This afternoon, you see, I went to a wedding.
Yes?
Pegeen Drumgoole married Cosmos Hennessy.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Pegeen couldn't resist a uniform.
A uniform, eh?
And Cosmos was a street cleaner.
Well, how was the wedding?
It was a sight to behold, me boy. The bride and groom left the church under an arch of dirty brooms. And as they drove off in the big swill truck, the guests were holding their noses and waving goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it, Ajax. But tell me about our question now. Have you noticed prices dropping?
Oh, I have, me boy. Sure, Haggerty the haberdasher has white duck shirts for 98 cents.
Is that retail?
It's no tail. But there's a catch to it.
Yes?
With every shirt, Haggerty gives you one handkerchief free.
Well, where's the catch?
The handkerchief is the tail of your shirt.
Oh, well, are you glad that prices are coming down?
Oh, I am that. When food is cheap, I can give the wife less money to run the house.
Yes?
And that leaves me more money to spend in Kerrigan's.
Oh, fine.
When everything is low, I can be high. Goodbye, Evo.
So long. Oh, come on, Portland. Come away from that music store window.
There's a big picture of Carmen Lombardo.
Carmen Lombardo.
And it's advertising his song.
Oh, the song Powder Your Face with Sunshine.
What is that song like?
You know what? Some Sunday I'll have Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters do Powder Your Face with Sunshine, Portland. And you know something? It'll sound something like this. Listen now.
Powder your face with sunshine. Put on a great big smile. Make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. Whistle a tune of sunshine, smile and make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. The future's bound to be brighter whenever hearts are lighter. Smile, smile, chin up, grin up while you smile. Smile, smile.
Wait here just a minute, Portland. Kenny Delmar just came out of the Ford dealers. There's a man in a loud checkered suit with him. Say hi, Kenny.
Hello, Fred. I want you to meet a friend of mine, Adjective Adams. Adjective is a press agent for a circus.
Well, glad to know you, Adjective.
It's the most super colossal pleasure of my sensational mastodonic career, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I've just been showing Mr. Adams the new Ford trucks, Fred, and he was quite impressed.
My exact words were they're tremendous, titanic, gargantuan, and super magnitudinous.
Say, they must be pretty big.
Well, the big jobs are the biggest trucks Ford has ever built, Fred. In tractor-trailer operations, they have loads grossing up to 20 tons with power to spare.
Ford trucks are a standard for colossal commodiousness, the new comfort criterion of the century.
Well, it sounds good, Kenny, but what does it mean?
Well, that's Adjective Adams' way of describing the comfort of the Ford truck's new $1 million cab, Fred. Truck drivers are all raving about it.
And the drivers are right. It's dividend dimension for time-defying duration and dutiability.
Kenny, this I will never understand.
Well, that's an easy one, Fred. It means that all the new Ford trucks are bonus built. All 139 new Ford truck models are built extra strong to last longer.
Well, Kenny, this is very impressive, but don't you think that Adjective Adams here exaggerates just a little?
Oh, of course not, Fred. Almost any truck operator will tell you exactly the same thing about that great new line of Ford trucks.
Well, so long, Kenny. And Mr. Adams, a stupendous, awe-inspiring, gigantic good night to you, sir.
You took the words right out of my mouth. So long, brother.
So long, Adjective. Say, Portland, I'll have to hurry along. I'm due over at the rehearsal hall. I'm auditioning acts tonight for a big review.
A review?
It's for television. Last week, Admiral put on a whole Broadway review with Sid Caesar. It was a sensation.
Who's going to be in your review?
Well, I don't know yet. I put this ad in the paper.
What ad?
I have it right here, you see? It says, wanted for new television review. Singers, dancers, and old vaudeville acts. Get into television now before it turns back into radio again. Well, Portland, I have to get over to the rehearsal hall. I'll see you later.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Sam Starlight Studio. Here's the rehearsal hall. Well, I hope my newspaper ad gets some results. I'll go in and see what's cooking here. Wonder where the manager is. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Allen.
Behind the scenery. I didn't see you. Hello, Sam. Have any acts shown up for my audition?
Well, Hyman, the human fly, was here.
Herman, the human fly?
Yeah. He said he couldn't wait no longer. He sat around on the ceiling for a while and left.
Too bad. I may be able to use a human fly.
Well, Herman said he'd give you a buzz later.
Oh, good. Well, has anyone else...
Pardon me, is Fred Allen here?
Bert Lahr. Bert, what are you doing here?
Well, I seen your ad in the paper. I want to get into television.
Television? Bert, you're a big star in the theater.
Oh, the theater is old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yes, they say in New Jersey, the theater is passé.
Well, Bert, the theater.
The theater is washed up. Who's left in the theater? Lutton Fontaine, Cornell and Princeton. Well, I'm getting into television before it's too late.
Well, Bert, wait a minute. Now, you're on the road with that hit show, Make Mine Manhattan.
Oh, don't mention the road to me.
What's wrong with the road?
I'm in Philadelphia now. Have you ever spent a Sunday in Philadelphia?
No.
Well, I was walking around Philadelphia this morning. It felt like it was Resurrection Day, and I was the first one up.
Well, Bert, I remember the road used to be a lot of fun. Those boarding houses. Remember Mother Boone's in Baltimore?
Mother Boone never trusted actors. The towels were nailed to the bathroom wall.
Yes, Mother Boone was sure cheap. When you finished shaving, she'd take the lather and use it for meringue.
Yeah, Mother Boone wouldn't give you any hot water until after she finished boiling something in it.
Right.
One Saturday night, I took a bath.
Yeah?
Mother Boone gave me the water she had cooked some cabbage in.
Cabbage?
Yeah, I left town smelling like a boiled dinner.
Well, how about those hotels on the road, Bert? Remember the Mammoth Hotel in South Bend?
Yeah, I had a room at the Mammoth.
Yeah?
It was so small, I had to leave the window open.
Why?
Well, when I put my key through the keyhole, it used to break the window.
That was small.
Yeah, the transom had stained glass.
Stained glass?
Yeah, the guy who had it before me chewed tobacco.
Remember the house detective at the Mammoth?
Boy, was he cross-eyed. His eyes lapped over.
He was the only house detective I ever knew who could look through a keyhole with both eyes.
Hotels today are murder.
Well, it's still fun traveling around on trains.
Yeah, but today you can't get reservations. I had to go up to Boston on a cattle train.
You rode on a cattle train?
Yeah, the other passengers were nothing but cows. When I saw the conductor coming through the train with a pail, I got off at New Haven.
No kidding.
Fred, I gotta get into television.
Well, Bert, my show is going to be a Broadway review. I've got to get some vaudeville acts.
Well, I can get you all the acts you want, Fred.
Some good acts, really?
Yeah, remember Sloan and the Singing Rats?
Say, whatever happened to Sloan?
Well, I met him last week in Philadelphia. He was looking for a job.
Oh, really? Is Sloan getting his rat act together again?
I think so. He had 2 pounds of cheese. He said he was casting.
Sloan's singing rats. You know what, Bert? I can open with a big rat choir. All the rats on their hind legs singing, and that'll just for the opening, you see. Now, what other acts can I get?
Well, remember Murphy's Midgets?
Murphy's Midgets. What happened to Murphy when vaudeville disappeaed?
Murphy had a tough time.
Went broke, eh?
Murphy finally shaved all the hair off the midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
No kidding.
Yeah, if you want the act, Murphy can adopt the midgets and have them out in the morning.
Well, the midgets will be great on television. You know, on those small screens, you can show more people with midgets. Tell me, what other acts do you think we can line up, Bert?
Remember Bosco the talking dog?
Oh, Bosco, the Boston bull who never made a grammatical error.
Yeah, I can get Bosco. I was talking to him the other day at the A&P.
Oh, were you really? Say, Bert, I just happened to think. On television, Bosco, the dog, will have to learn new dialogue every week.
Well, then we better forget about Bosco.
Well, the dog can talk. He must know how to read.
Well, Bosco can read all right.
What's wrong?
Well, his eyes are bad, and Bosco can't wear glasses.
Well, why not?
His ears flop down.
Well, I'm not worried about the other acts, Bert. I can build my television show around you.
Around me?
Why, certainly. What are you laughing at?
I'm just thinking how funny I'm going to be.
You'll be great, Bert. When my television review opens, first you'll see 2 minutes of flickering. And then you'll come on and sing a song.
You mean something like this? A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and 2 on an island, 2 on an island. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Bert, that is great. I tell you what we'll do. We'll open the review with Sleepy Lagoon. I'll have Sloan's singing rats grouped behind you with canoe paddles, humming the obligata. Now, that's the opening. What can we do next?
Well, how about a short play?
What kind of a play?
Well, Fred, I got an English drawing room sketch that makes an old coward sound like Jack Eigen.
You mean it's sophisticated?
My characters not only drop their H's, after they drop them, they step on them.
Say, this is what television needs, Bert. What's the name of your play?
Amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yeah, the play opens with a short overture.
Don't bother, Giles. I shall open the door. Coming.
Lady Gwendolen.
So Stafford, what a ripping surprise.
I was just popping by, Lady Gwendolyn. Thought I'd return this to you.
My riding crop.
You dropped your crop at the last week.
I dropped my crop, fancy.
You didn't miss it?
Not at all. Amnesia, you know.
Amnesia?
A nasty blow with a cricket bat at the age of 3.
So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. May I take your humble?
Thank you. I say, Lady Gwendolyn, you're hanging my hat on the nozzle of that teapot.
I thought it was the whole tree. I forgot. Amnesia, you know.
Oh, Lady Gwendolyn, dash it all. I've fallen madly in love with you.
Medley?
Medley. It was the day of the yount. The way you jumped over that 9-foot hedge.
What made you watch me?
You had forgotten your horse.
Amnesia, you know.
Lady Gwendolyn, I kiss your hand.
So, Stafford, you're going above the knuckle.
Sorry, you have short fingers. Lady Gwendolyn, will you marry me?
But I hardly know you, Sir Stafford. Your position?
My position. I have a townhouse in London, a castle in Stafford, and my country seat is the biggest in all Devonshire.
Your seat?
It's so big, part of it is outside of Devonshire. Marry me, Lady Gwendolyn.
Oh, Sir Stafford.
Lady Gwendolyn.
Cheerio, everyone.
Ridgey, old top, you're just in time to congratulate us.
Oh, I see. Congratulate you.
Sir Stafford and I are getting married.
Married? But Gwendolyn, you're married to me.
Oh, sorry, Sir Stafford. I can't marry you.
Lady Gwendolyn, how could you forget you had a husband?
Amnesia, you know.
Well, that's my play, Fred. What do you think of it? It's great, Bert. My television show will be a sensation. Sloane's Rats, Murphy's Midgets, Bosco the Talking Dog, you in this English sketch. Now, all I need is a finish.
Say, I got an idea. How about a minstrel show?
Great, a minstrel. If Pick and Pat can do a minstrel show, so can we. I can see it now, Bert. As the curtain rises, the orchestra's playing.
Gentlemen, be seated. Well, Mr. Bones, how do you feel tonight?
Well, I feel like the inside of a stool.
How's that?
Great.
Oh, Mr. Locketer.
Yes, Mr. Tambo.
Why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Tell me, Mr. Tambo, why is a girl with a home permanent never alone?
Because she always has her Tony.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Tambo and Bones and the entire company join in a beautiful rendition of Ring the Banjo. Hit it, Professor.
The time is never weary if the darky ever groans. The lady never weary with the rattle of the bone. Then come against Susanna by the gaslight of the moon. We'll find the old piano when the banjo's out of tune. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, while you've been so long. Ring, ring the banjo, I like that good old song. Come again, my true love, oh, where you've been so long.
One more thing before we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an invitation from your Ford dealer. Until you actually drive the new Ford, you can't imagine how different it feels. It's an experience I know you'll enjoy. Your Ford dealer invites you to drop around this week and get behind the wheel. When you drive the new Ford, you'll see what we mean. Next week, our guest will be, surprise, Dr. Rockwell. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.